when we are live, at least in theory. And nobody is here yet. That's fine. It's lovely to have everybody. We caught, just a moment ago, we caught a wild Charlie. Hello, Charlie.
Hello.
Yay. Imagine the audio. And of course, I have wrangled my brother Tom into yet another show, you know, through guilt and sympathy, and maybe occasionally you owe me this one. I'm not saying anything.
I'm not quite sure how I actually ended up here, because I was recording a Vlogmas video, and then the next thing I know, I'm here. Like, I think I literally fell into YouTube.
I feel like I won the lottery, because I was like, oh, look, a friend! Which actually does bring up. So at the very last minute, I finished the bingo card. Because it's one of the bingo squares. If one of the, you know, friends of Awkward Siblings shows up, it's a square. So I'm going to go ahead and post the link. Everybody gets their own generated card. I think that's the right one. I'm going to actually test it because I do not trust. Yep, there. Generates your own card. And then as things happen, you can click on it. And when today, we're going to do any bingo. We're going to do, you get 4 squares, you get diagonals, rectangles, verticals, horizontal. I will take anything. The prize, and I will bring this up again. The prize is your choice of either a crocheted hat that I've made or 15 minutes of free tech support from Tom anytime, and you can bank it. Okay, so people have miraculously shown up. I don't know why, but I'm so happy to see them. And again, this is one of the squares of saying hi to chatter. So before that, Charlie, would you like to just do a quick intro in case a wild viewer has wandered in who's like, who are these people? YouTube just said, hey, you want to go to this show? And I'm like, I got nothing. It's a Monday.
Hello, my name is Charlie Dorset. I have a YouTube channel that I am insanely doing Vlogmas videos for, because like everything I do on YouTube, I had like a whim that has now forced me to produce content for an extended period of time that I have committed to. I actually already have the 7th video done. It's going to be a rambly one about all kinds of things. I would like to just say, for everybody who said such nice things on my non-binary tag video, thank you. Like, y'all made me like all kinds of like wet snotty tear over the last couple days. Y'all are amazing. Yeah, I stream on Wednesdays and Fridays, usually starting at around 5 Eastern. Sorry, I had to do time conversion in my head.
Yeah, like I'm like, wait, is it like Wednesdays like later than Fridays? Or
I was doing that for a while, but my brain doesn't like change.
Okay,
so I had to push it back to 4, which is sad because I'd like to be there for the end of the Sims 3 play, but my brain was like, what are you doing? Why are you doing this to me?
Yeah.
And I would basically just sit there for an hour going, I'm late, I'm late, I'm late, I'm late.
Yes, I am a simple child, and I need it to be the same time every time, so that because like Wednesdays, like there were a few Wednesdays where I was like in the mood, and I'm like, oh, it's 4, because you know I'm in Central Time. It's like, it's 4. Is Charlie stream? No, Charlie. Wait, how late is this? Okay, I gotta wait 2 more hours. Okay.
Yeah, we have a convention that we normally go to in July that, for obvious reasons, this year did not happen, and my brain is still screaming at me like, you need to get packed. You need to get packed any minute. Any minute, we're gonna have to go. We're late. We're late. And I'm just like, no. But they are doing like every month like an I'm sorry online thing. And so the 15th, they're doing the next one. So if you are curious about the Shore Leave Convention, the 15th is the next online thing of December. Is the next thing that they're doing. So if you look up Shore Leave Convention, you can find out more about that.
I mean, because I got to be honest with you, when you first mentioned the con, I was thinking of Spanksgiving in St. Louis. Because I only remember specialty conventions that are set to holidays. Like Phantasm Frolicon is always Easter weekend in Atlanta, and Spanksgiving is Thanksgiving weekend in St. Louis, and that's how I remember these. I mean, yeah.
I have attended Shore Leave for 34 years.
Wow.
So
and this is a landlocked place, you say?
So, and not getting to go there,
yes,
is really messing with my brain because, like I said, like I don't like change.
Yeah,
I've done this I've done this. It's the only thing in my life I've done consistently longer than having a husband.
I mean, like 34 years is amazing. Like I've done nothing for 34 years straight except breathe.
Yeah, I was 10 years old when I went to the first.
Yeah.
To the first one, and I'm 44 now, so that's like a shocking thing to realize that, like, oh wow, I've been doing that for 34 years, like 3.5 decades next year.
Wow.
Holy crap.
But that's amazing.
Hey Glory, quick question Kat has.
Oh.
How does the snack square count?
Okay. I think it would be either. Right now we're just gonna do either because like I don't want people to feel like they're expected to eat if they don't want to. But yeah, pretty much if anybody's eating online on stream or if you are eating, it counts. Let's just go with that. And we'll discuss next week if we want to like add more squares. Because I'm going to be honest, I need more squares, y'all. Please feel free to submit your suggestions. Tom, do you have an intro you would like to talk about in any way, shape, or form while we're still here?
My name is Tom. I go with, a think fix. I try to come up with solutions to, normal everyday problems. And I mostly hang out with, Glory on this show. Occasionally I pop up elsewhere in, Charlie's streams, but mostly you find me here.
And if I can ever get my soul back into one piece again, we'll maybe do a podcast together. We actually have episodes recorded for it. But my brain, oh God, you don't want to know the dark place that I've been in for the last couple of months.
Hey, I'm currently making an acorn hat, okay?
Yes.
We're all in a weird place.
Us watching Mr. Damon's Goblin Core compilation inspired both of us to really get back into crochet as one of our art forms. And I thought nothing was going to get Tom back to crochet because Tom is a really great crocheter. He's a great little hooker.
I am going to have to try to learn how to crochet again. I know how to knit, and I'm not terrible at knitting.
Yep, I used to knit. I knit all the way through the O.J. Simpson trial.
Here's my overly long, obnoxious scarf.
And in fact, I inherited all of our mother's, crochet and knitting needles. But I have to be honest, crochet is so much fun because it's a 3-dimensional. See, like knitting is at 2 dimensions.
Yep.
And crochet is 3 dimensions, so you really can go wild with it. You can make sea creatures, which of course I enjoy. But you can like make mathematical equations. I know a little geeky for most people, but I think it's cool. So that's what I love about crochet. But again, it's, you can make 3 things in essentially a 3-dimensional space rather than a 2-dimensional space. And you can get really creative with it. So yes, you can make little Cthulhu monsters or any other cosmic horror you like.
I think you just sold me because I have a whole bunch of obnoxious pink yarn I inherited when my grandmother died that I don't know what I'm going to do with. And the idea of making pink Cthulhus out of it.
I know.
Yeah.
I might have to make a bunch of pink Cthulhus.
Yes, I am saying.
I mean, that was in that video of baby Cthulhu getting a wash.
Yes, you've seen that, right? Because like Tom says that anytime I'm sad because let's just say we have a younger family member who I was a child at the time that they were born. They were born with a bilateral cleft lip and a cleft palate. And a bilateral means their lip was in 3 places rather than 1 hole or just 2. So, but most people think, if you have an upper lip in 3 sections, that the middle part would be motionless. Oh no. When this person as an infant would giggle, all 3 lip sections would curl and wiggle independently. And this baby, when I was a child, was handed to me of, here's your baby. You need to take care of your baby. And so I felt like she was mine. And so when I later saw baby Cthulhu, it was like, oh, I'm not the only one who had, I mean, like, I thought she was adorable, but yeah, when she would giggle, all her little lip sections would curl and jiggle independently, like tentacles. And I thought it was the sweetest, most beautiful thing. I mean, like, that's how I knew she really loved, like, tickling her or playing peekaboo. And so there's a special place in my heart for baby Cthulhu. There. I know. So cosmic horror has always been near and dear to my heart inadvertently. Even if it did start ableism. But,
And I did just find a pattern for the cutest little baby Cthulhu crochet. So.
Yeah. So just throwing that out there. But let's get on to the saying hi so everybody can be sure to mark that on their square if they have saying hi to chatters. So Jules is here. Hey, sweetie, how are you doing? How are you holding up in December? I want to know. I have questions. I just want to point out there is a link to the bingo card. If you click on it, yours gets independently generated from other people, and I believe you can even come back to it. So, and then CB is here. Hey, sweetie, how is it? Just here? Okay. I understand. That actually brings up, we were talking about, should we talk about it? And this week is the 10th anniversary of our mother's death. It has not been a good week. That partly is why I cut my hair.
Yes, knitting and crocheting and doing handcrafts is a good way to deal with anxiety.
Yeah. And it was something that she used to do a lot for decades. And so it's all a big jumbled mess. So Kat is here. Oh, well, Kat, hello, darling. Miss you. I keep missing you. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. My mind is everywhere, but where I want it to be. There. And then, no. We do not need to start the compliment montage. No.
Oh, we could do that because I really do like your hair. Like if I didn't become like really horrifically self-destructive with short hair, I would totally like copy that because I love it. I love it so much, but I become very self-destructive with short hair. You have no idea.
It is the haircut that my mother always wanted me to have even as a child, and I resisted. So how many years does it take for me to wear the hairdo that my mother always loved and wanted me to do? 10 years after her death, plus a pandemic. That's the answer. It is not a tribute. It just happened. I was upset and I just kept cutting. So,
I'm just saying, I can think of at least 3 things my mother has always wanted me to do that it would probably take exactly that to have happen. So
yeah. And so, I'm just like, hey, y'all, maybe it might be useful to you for a story. How many years after your mother's death does it take for you to finally wear the hairdo she always begged you, literally begged and bribed you to wear, and you never did while she was alive? 10 years and a plague. I'm just saying. So, okay, we went over the snack square is however you want to interpret it. I'm going to leave today's bingo card up to interpretation, and we're just going by the honor system, but the prizes are real. Yes, there is one that says StreamYard Jump. Since everybody's is independently generated, not everybody is going to get it. But I'm just saying, nobody knows if you just keep hitting refresh till you get the card you really want. I'd just throw that out there. So I'm just saying, you can try again. But it's generated on its own. I don't have control over it. Yes, StreamYard Jump. CB says they can knit but can't crochet or sew. I do enjoy sewing as well, and that is my goal for 2021 is to whip out the sewing machine and actually get started on making Tom a captain. And still can't purl. You're not the only one. My mother taught me to knit. She did not teach me to purl. So that 6 skeins of yarn that got me through the O.J. Simpson trial, it was all knitting and no purling. It did not go well. Did not stop me either. So, okay. Bookmarker, save the Earl to keep your cards.
Yes.
Let's see. CV says it was my grandmother's anniversary on Tuesday of last week. 6 years. Yes. That's rough. I mean, 'tis the season. I don't know.
I mean, it really is the
not
season.
Have just had a conversation with the hubby about finding my crochet stuff.
I'm just saying, you could hook with us. Anyway.
I'm just saying that may or may not be why I suddenly like disappeared. I may or may not have just said that.
I will admit, this is my current box. I have many boxes, don't I? Anyway, and let's
That
see.
can become like the next stream for author tubes.
Okay.
You know, we're just gonna all
Crochet
knit and
our way
crochet
through.
together.
Well, actually, I had an idea. I was going to try to put
I will let people know I might put them in my coffee shop if I start crocheting these things.
Yeah, I was number one. There is a square. I don't know if anybody's gotten it yet, and it's called the Showing of the Toys, which I really had Charlie in mind for that, as well as Tom. I mean, it's like when you hold it up and it says...
That's cheating because, like, me just being on camera.
Well, no, it's like when you pull it down and you're like, behold, this thing, of like the showing of the toys. And there's also a show and tell square. So technically you can hit it twice. And so let's see. Let me try to remember how to do the... Okay. So this... I finished one of Tom's fingerless gloves, and I say finished. I haven't actually finished sewing it together. But this is one fingerless glove, and now I'm working on the second one. So let me put it back on the thing as I still learn how to work StreamYard. Anyway, so I'm just saying anytime people show, it's the showing of the toys or at least show and tell.
Can I just say, I have like an entire bucket of Steven Universe minis over here that now I just want to like just sit here while you're talking, just parade them in front of the camera now.
Why don't you do that? I mean, hello. This is like a deconstructed podcast. There's no real structure. That's what Tom does in post. He edits and makes a structure so we look professional. That's why the live stream is so much fun. Yes. Aw, so pretty.
The little rose.
Okay, let's see. Kat says, I think I'm going to stream Sims because they dropped an update today and I need to know how and about the new stuff in Create a Sim before my portion of Sims 4 3 play on Wednesday. It is important to do your homework ahead of time, unlike me. Kat says, if I had watched one of the recommended movies, I'd have a bingo. Well, let that be an incentive for next time. As I said, now what we are, let's see, this is what we're thinking of so far is, okay, on December 21st, episode 10, where we're going to do Christmas movies extravaganza. That's the one where we were thinking of doing the big Southern snack box with, the Lance crackers and the Goo Goo clusters and all the like Southern stuff we can find and make a care package to ship out. So I'm just saying there's time to kind of get familiarized. So anyhow, if anyone on screen dances, I'll have a bingo. Well, I mean, I'm going to be honest. I put that in because I do tend to dance when we're on Sprint and everyone else goes into avatar mode. And I'm like, here I am by myself. I seem to be dancing, Jules. What are we going to do? Are we going to have to give out 2 prizes today? I mean, I'm not saying I have an entire tote of hats. But maybe I'm saying I have an entire tote of hats available in men's, women's, and children's sizes. Oh, and baby sizes too.
Maggie votes for Tom to dance.
Tom, how you doing?
And I love how Tom instantly turned red.
He's like, hello. I suddenly remembered I have to be off screen now. So, Tom's just like, I hear nothing. I'm just going to drink my banana daiquiri. Does everybody have a drink of some kind? Water is an option in the squares.
I have the world's most poisonous soda because I woke up with phlegm in my throat that will not go away. Like nothing will chip it off. And apparently the stores around here only carry Pepsi Zero now. We cannot find any other soda in any of the stores around here but Pepsi Zero. Pepsi Zero, the soda of last resort.
Yes, is that because like it's the only one left? Like they cleaned out the Mountain Dew and the Mellow Yellow. They've cleaned out all the other, Diet Coke and regular Pepsi.
They don't even have like the off-brand stuff.
Oh, I love a good Chex. And
if I can have
what
a
is
Dr.
it?
Thunder,
Like,
I would have a Dr. Thunder.
Fago.
Dr. Thunder and Green Lightning. I love the off-brand names so much. Yeah.
It's hard not to get excited about Dr. Thunder. Oh, that's right. I was making that weird quilt thing.
So,
all about that.
If you haven't figured out, I made the bingo cards so that we were like, I was trying really hard to make sure we give at least one set of prizes away every episode, if not more.
Yeah,
I'll
say Dawdling Rider's already gotten bingo.
Oh, has she now?
Yeah.
Well, darling, may I suggest you slide into my DMs and let us know which one you want. I think during the sprint, maybe we'll go get the box of hats, and then so that afterwards you can pick which one you want. And we will ship it to you or whoever else you want us to ship it to. What a great way to like get Christmas gifts done and not have to ship into
You're not wrong.
I mean, I do love Charlie's just like, you know what? I'm just going to show things for the next several hours. And I'm
I'm sorry. You got me excited. The hubby got me a box. He's like, is it in here? I'm like, I don't think so, but I'm looking. I'm looking for crochet things. This is like a lot of knitting stuff, but I see no crochet stuff in here.
All right. There's like fun stuff going on in the chat. I have to get back to it. Let's see. Oh, yes. Dance. If only we could get Tom to dance. Oh, Maggie's here. Hello, sweetie. Let's see. Cat says I might not be able to attend that one. My jury is on the 21st. Okay. We will think of you in spirit. I mean, like, if it's one of those, please, for the sake of my, mind, I need you to mail me Goo clusters independently. We could also make that happen. Or Lance crackers. I mean, like, seriously. Tom and I were talking, and I was like, do they not distribute Lance crackers elsewhere? And he's like, no, I don't think they distribute them outside of Mississippi and, like, parts of Louisiana. And I'm like, but these are so much better than the Keebler ones and the Austin ones. And I mean, like, I say that, and I am not a huge peanut butter cracker or cheese cracker person, but Captain Wafers, so good. As well as, like, I love the Lance toasted peanut butter crackers, and then you put a little grape jam on it. Let me tell you. Oh, it is a lovely, trashy hors d'oeuvre, and it is fantastic. I mean, I may or may not have several times put them on a plate, like all of them out of a pack, and then put a dollop of strawberry jam or grape jelly on it, and just, Okay, so anyway, just saying. Okay. So, Jules, congratulations. The bingo's not over, y'all. There are plenty of hats and tech support to go around. Merry Christmas! Okay. Let's see. Oh, Eva's here. Hello, sweetie. It's so lovely to see you. We're playing bingo. Go get a bingo card. It's in the thing. Further up. Let's see. 10 people are watching. Yes, they are. So keep track. Let's see. My hummingbird sister voted with me. Oh, for Tom to dance. I mean, like, really, what are we going to have to do? Oh, and Maggie says that she has a ginger and black tea. That sounds delicious. Jules has finished all their water. Must go refill. Yes, you stay hydrated. Well, Charlie, you've got CB is drinking with you.
Yeah, this is not what I wanted. But they literally had nothing else. Like, I am not a Pepsi person, but
here we are.
All they had. This is it.
I mean,
have you ever heard of an entire region where they just went, no, you get one soda. It's Pepsi Zero.
I love calling it the soda of last resort.
Like, it's just insane. Like, even Walmart didn't even have any of, like, the knockoff Walmart brands.
Right. Yeah.
Wow.
I mean,
all they had was Pepsi Zero. the only store, the only thing we can get in any of the stores. Why? Why this one? Like, what is defective about this particular batch of
apparently
Pepsi
Maggie
Zero?
says it would kill her.
They shipped it to the Heartland.
Right.
To kill
Maggie
us
says
off so nobody will
Zero
notice.
It's deadly to her. So, I mean, maybe other people are also like, I don't want to die. I'll drink puddle water first. Kat has said, remember to like the stream. Thank you, sweetie. Yes, I mean, if you feel inclined, we would absolutely love a like. Maybe a subscribe. I'm just saying. I'm trying to get to the 100 vanity count so I can get the vanity, Earl, because I just have little goals. Okay.
It's true. We've only got 6 likes on here. I mean, 6 thumbs up on this stream. There's a lot of people who can go and like it.
Well, I don't want people to feel pressure because that's not what it's about. We're about having a good time. But
I'm about the pressure.
I will totally pressure.
Okay. So it's peer pressure time. I hope that you all, say no to drugs.
It is the easiest form of compliment bondage. Go and like the video.
Yes.
Truly compliment bondage. Yeah, or should I don't know, CB, what you in the mood for, sweetie? Tanya has made it. Hello, Tanya. Tanya and I go way back. Tanya and I used to work together a long, long time in a faraway place.
Tanya is Glory's other sister.
Yes. She is if it were possible to actually adopt another human being, not like as a child, but as an adult so you could be sibling, Tanya is definitely the one. And that is why on Facebook she was listed as my sister. So yes, there is the Tanya hat. I designed a hat for her, I guess, a year and a half ago. Mm-hmm. And it is gorgeous. Maybe during the break, I'll see if I can pull out the one I was working on for myself because I loved the design so much. I was making mine.
So what I'm hearing is you want to be Klingon so that you can just do a Rustai and totally bring siblings into the family.
Yes, because Charlie, you're definitely in the running whether you realize it or not. It's like you're going to have to escape this family to not get adopted.
But believe me, if we had a chance, we would try to make a case to Tanya's parents of come on.
I have tried to get Tanya to make a case to her mother to consider adopting me. She don't have to adopt Tom, but just me, so that I can be in Tanya's family. Oh, so let's see. Oh, it did jump. Okay, let's see. Would I be judged for watching the stream and starting at my own stream? No. I think that would be awesome. And I would have
Stream-inception.
Yes, Streamception. I mean, hello and welcome to the asylum. We're all
now I want to put my headsets on so I can watch Kat's stream of the stream that I'm on.
And now with only a 25-second delay.
I don't know how to do that without my brain literally shattering and oozing out of my ears. But I kind of want to do that.
Yeah. You know what? This stream is definitely not going where I thought we were going to go today.
I know. We were supposed to be talking about movies today.
We'll get there. We'll just get there after the sprint. But no, we don't judge. No, go right ahead, Kat. I think it would be fun. You could give your commentary, or I'm just throwing it out there. You could jump on this stream. You have the link, I do believe. So it's up to you what you want to do. Let's see. Eva says it was just pulled away immediately upon typing whatever I last said. I think I'll be pulled away before. Uh-oh, we've lost her again. Tanya says some places called it the call center. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yup. People know it. Klingon or Klingon. I mean, it's open.
We're not clingy. We swear.
We try not to be anyway.
I'm only clinging when I'm drunk. If you ever see me drinking hardcore, just run if you don't want hugs. Just run. I'm terrible. I'm a bad person.
When I get a bunch of drinks in, I will talk to anybody and tell them how amazing they are. And if I don't have anyone to talk to, I will go to the mirror. And I will literally start talking to hey you, you don't know this, but you really try. And I count that.
I'm that guy from Wayne's World. I love you, man. No. I love you, man. Like I'm that person. Like it's bad.
Let's see. Let's see. I just finished stream. Is this one? Sorry, that's awesome. And Stephanie is here. Hello. How is the West Coast doing? It's like, Stephanie, we've got bingo cards. Go get yours so that you can play along. There will be prizes. Let's see. Yes, Tom has, and thank you, Tom, for posting the link again. I appreciate that. Tanya says, I will talk to anyone as long as they are 6 feet away. And this was pre-COVID. And that's true. Oh, look, have we caught a wild cat? What's that about?
Wait, I'm so confused. I thought Kat was going to go make her own stream playing Sims.
Maybe she's got both. I don't know. You know, Illuminati confirmed.
You got some deluxe internet computer.
The Streamlord lets me have, like, be guesting on a stream, and I'm able to host a stream at the same time. I have done that before.
You are impressive.
I mean, the amount of mischief one could get up to with this kind of power.
Especially since this desktop doesn't have a camera on it.
I feel like this is going to be the next step in murder mysteries. But they were hosting an online stream at the time. How could they have also been on this other stream? They had to have videotaped it.
Okay, so I am thinking now may be a good time, a good stopping place to go do a 15-minute sprint so we can all refill our drinks or, I don't know, do important things like snacking. Yeah, snacking. I'm going to go with that one.
I may have another cinnamon roll.
Oh, Tom made cinnamon rolls today, y'all.
Oh, cinnamon rolls are amazing. The hubby may have just put a plate of chicken nuggies next to me.
Yes.
So we don't have any chicken nuggets.
Oh.
But we have hot dogs, so we might be having hot dog and mac and cheese for dinner.
And if you live in Europe, you'll be able to eat chicken-free chicken nuggets that are actual meat soon.
Oh,
what?
Yes. Yes,
Did you not see that?
I'm disturbed.
Yeah, they're cell-cultured meat. So there never was an animal. But it's still... It's literally chicken nuggets that are grown in a lab. They just got approved.
Yeah, I know. I feel similar of like, I don't know how I don't know. I'm not saying no, but I'm
technically vegan meat.
okay.
Technically.
I'm trying not to be awful at this moment, but I really want to be.
You know, all I can think of is Better Off Ted. When they made the meat in the lab and like it went a bit haywire.
Well, soon we'll know.
Okay.
It wants its own pass card for the office.
Because we're giving away gifts, pretty much, I'm going to just be honest, this is an excuse to get rid of my crochet or, you know, to give Tom some time to do tech support. Because we both like being helpful. There, you know, I know it's an addiction. So, in the spirit of holiday giving, I went and I found Camille's new Christmas timers and pulled up the 15-minute timer. Because that's what I was like, while y'all talk, yes, let me type it. Because I had forgotten to go search for it and add it to my timer playlist.
That's what I'm here for, pointless conversation.
Yes. Oh, gosh.
I can talk about anything.
You're really helping. Today has truly been a struggle for me. Like, well, in fact, honestly, since Thanksgiving has been a struggle for me. So, thank you so much. Compliment bondage. So, anyhow, so let's go ahead and share a screen and get that going. Is that the one?
Hey, can I keep going with my bingo card, or do I have to stop because I'm now on the stream?
No, I mean, Charlie.
Okay, good.
Bingo card too. Yeah,
I'm only a couple squares away from.
Also, I showed up right before the sprint, so technically, guys, remember to get that square.
I mean, really, y'all. Also, again, if anyone has ideas for more squares, I need a whole bunch more. I think I only got like 35, and it said ideally I need 75.
How often do you mention Cthulhu? Maybe just randomly throw that in there.
Fair. We do talk about cosmic horror nearly every episode now that I think about it. So
There you go.
Because it's 2020, the year of Nyarlathotep. Praise be his name.
I mean, like, literally, yes. So anyway, okay.
I mean, Charles Stross has already started writing these stories of. So you've already survived the apocalypse. Now what?
Yes. Okay.
When demons run management.
That's fair. All right. So are we ready? We're going to go on sprint. We're going to see y'all back here in 15 minutes. In 3, 2, 1. Sprint! Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, beep, beep. That's time. How did everybody do?
I got a bingo.
What? Oh, yay. Okay. I'm keeping a list so that I remember after the stream who got a bingo so that we can be sure to like find out what you want, and if it's like a physical thing, where do you want it mailed? So okay. And then I also the suggestions I found I wrote it down during the sprint was streamers start talking about cosmic horror. One of the streamers says I didn't write anything during sprint. And then congratulations. And then none of the streamers wrote during the sprint. So did I miss any that somebody said?
I don't know, but I have on several occasions said I have successfully edited my plate. So it used to have a lot more nuggies on it, and now it has less.
I do love that, actually. I mean, that is very much, like writer humor.
Yeah.
I love it. So what did everyone else do during the sprint?
Tom, you're muted.
Which is, in fact, one of the squares, y'all.
It is. Where is it? There we go.
Yes.
Oh, darn. If only I was casting to my TV. I'd have another bingo.
Congratulations. You're doing great, Kat. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays.
Wait, I am casting to my TV.
Yes, I'm sure for Christmas or New Year's we'll have to play Blackout. Gloria and I, years before all this went down, used to go
the
play
Moose
bingo
Lodge,
at what's it, local Moose? Yeah, say the Moose Lodge or the Deer Lodge or something.
Oh, yeah, no, I think it was the Elk Lodge.
The Elk Lodge.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. We used to love watching all the older folks in their cutthroat bingo.
Watching people put their walking canes into the between the tables to trip up the kids.
Yeah, like their grandma would hand them the bingo card to go up there and get. And then the kids would run up, and like literally other little old ladies would be tripping them up with their cane. Like I would watch them. They put their cane all the way out to trip up the kids not paying attention and go flying. Like just being spiteful because they didn't win. It was fantastic. So every time we go sit all the way in the back so we could watch the drama. They would do it to each other. It was fine. So anyhow, how did everybody do in the chat? Let's see. So there is so much that's happened. So, I mean, like lots of good times were had.
I don't like this. Why did they do this? Sorry.
Stephanie ordered food, and that is excellent. I mean, what'd you order, babe? We need to know. We need details. Was it tacos? I'm jealous about West. I hear the tacos are fantastic. So let's see. And Maggie's like, I'm not going to eat lab meat. And I get that. Yeah. Eva is here for real this time, y'all. Woo!
Yeah, if you ever need to know, I understand, though, with Maggie. I, too, am a bit of a psycho. Like, I can totally see. I was thinking, Gloria and I were talking about, in the future of possible plans of, raising some goats. And we were looking at how quickly they can reproduce. And the need to reproduce is like, yeah, they're cute and adorable, but, around 6 months to a year, I don't care how cute they are. I'm going to eat them.
We do like a rack of lamb. That's true. Let's see. Jewel said, I wish they'd waited until 2020 was done to announce the genetically created meat. There have been so many things wrong with this year. I mean, truly. It's like, who had that on their year bingo card? Let's see. Eva said one more viewer. I get a square. Yeah, let's see. And then we got that. Yes, it is awesome. Lots of people. Eva got bingo as well. Congratulations. We're going to have to find out what you want. And yeah, if y'all don't know, Tom's Twitter is different. It's a different account because he's had it forever. And it's in the description below. And then Maggie tweeted the stream. Is that right? Did I get
Good
enough
pronunciation.
I try, y'all. I mean, with dyslexia aside, I try. Beep, beep, beep. Yes. 11 pages read and a bingo with the free space. Yes. Yes, it counts, okay?
I got a bingo with the free space too.
Yes.
I may have actually gotten bingo twice, but I'm not sure if you're casting to a TV counts because I am, but I'm not, but I am. I have stuff on the TV that I'm casting up there.
I mean, as I said, count it how you want. We're just having a good time. So guess what? You get to figure out what you want. Of course, we do have some fun things. Eva says, I don't want a prize. All right, if you want a prize. But I mean, you could always bank Tom's tech support for later when you do have, because Tom does do computer and iPhone tech support, as well as Androids, but iPhones do seem to need more tech support.
Does it count as the technical difficulties square that I keep turning my camera off so you can't hear me make noises?
No.
I mean, that is technical difficulties, but it's in my own brain, but not with the software itself.
I don't. I'm going to go with no on that one.
I'm just saying, because I'm trying to help people get their squares, because like it is technical difficulties. It's just in this computer.
It is kind of interesting that this is the first time we've streamed since August, and we haven't had technical difficulties yet. I know, I'm like inviting gremlins. I get it, but knock on wood. So, it is kind of interesting, and of course, part of the problem Tom at least didn't experience. Oh goodness.
Well, you invited gremlins.
I know, it's true. But, anyway. But part of the reason why Tom didn't have such obvious technical difficulties this time is because of Eva's generous gift, thank you, darling, to help him upgrade his equipment. So he could get a 4-core, right?
Yeah.
Or quad-core. Let me say it technically correct. I am not good with saying the jargon, right? I mean, nobody ever takes me seriously because I don't remember the words. Let's see. Maggie found Tom on Twitter. Haha. Yes. The stalking continues. Let's see. CB got 351 words. It's excellent. Director Fury called Pepper, Peter, Bruce, Rhodey, and I to his office. I was amused by your prank on Rogers, Miss Potts. Very amused. Let's see. Maggie says the Iron Cross is always hard to get. Yeah, no kidding. Bingos. Not a children's game. For real. I mean, these little old ladies were cutthroat, and I loved the show.
Okay, so when I used to volunteer at the church, like everyone fought not to be there bingo night. Like you're gonna bleed if you're there bingo night. I mean, those old ladies and their canes, like there will be violence.
Now,
like they're like, no. I will pick the weeds from the garden. I will get down on my knees and do the backbreaking labor. I will clean the toilets in the kids' bathroom. Please don't make me do bingo. Please.
In fairness, there was one walkway up to the podium or whatever to get your prize. It's just that the kids would just run through the tables instead of around the side. So when Tom won, he was sure to go through the main walkway so that he did not trip and die. I was so proud of him for several reasons. I love it. I love watching people. I'm a people watcher. I think it goes with the territory of writing. And I was just like, oh yes, I'm storing all of these people in my head. It used to be like the highlight of our month because it was $30 each to get the full bingo set. And it was like, if we had $60 extra that month, we would go down to the bingo hall and do it for like whatever. They'd have a special night. I think it was on Thursdays or Tuesdays. Like, and I mean, like the prizes were pretty good, but not like too crazy where like it was too crowded. It was lovely, and I highly suggest everyone do it at least once in their life. Eva says, I love to go play bingo with my mom in the 20s and 30s. Yes, yes.
Mm-hmm.
I'd have taken her this week. Yes. Yes, exactly. 2020, so canceled. We used to play times table bingo in school. Oh, I was thinking of like New York Times.
That.
But yes, I remember playing. Yeah, math bingo.
Oh,
yeah, math bingo. Oh, that sounds like so much fun drama, Maggie. Sometime you'll have to tell us stories. Yes, prize bingo. Prize bingo is fun. I think it's fun to like get a little happy. Wow, boy, did StreamYard jump. Y'all have been busy. Okay. Yes. What? Everybody's got to stir up trouble. We're talking about lamb. Yes. Oh, let's see. Marinated apple cider vinegar, peppers, sweet onions, and brown sugar. Oh, that sounds delicious. You're making me so hungry. Oh, that sounds great. Let's see. CBC is due to the impact of the production of meat. Okay. I could find you being a nut and cauliflower. Yes, exactly.
I'm sorry, cauliflower will kill me.
Again, I mean, stay away from the dangerous, poisonous food. I'm just throwing that out there for everybody. Goats are cute, but their religion is get to the other side of the fence, and they are zealots. It is true. I mean, goats are like that. All of them. Even the ones that are terrible climbers, which I have met a few.
I really want to have goats on the property because I love goats. And Dad said that the only way he would like tolerate me even considering buying a goat is if I erected a 32-foot fence around the property so they couldn't go over it.
I mean, we have already started researching to try to discuss because Tom is totally smitten with those, what is it, La Mancha goats?
Yeah.
With that are crossbred with the pygmies, so they're a bit smaller. Little La Manchas, or what do they call mini La Manchas? And I'm like, mini Manchas? I think that's what they're called, mini Manchas. And Tom's like, and I was like, okay, 5-year plan. After we get, a house, a fixer-upper out in the country, we will look into getting mini Manchas. Tom, now Eva says that for her prize, she would like a Tom dance guitar.
Okay, you people are all awful.
I'm saying, like, maybe after we could just film you dancing somewhere and we just send her like a short video of it.
I think, Tom, I think you just found out what you need to put on your OnlyFans.
Yeah, I'll eat all Southern cooking and Tom can dance.
Apparently, I'm eating bagels.
Yeah.
Are you going to do that to me again? Oh my goodness!
We need to see pictures of like you holding the bagel up to your head because I have
one.
Yeah, I sent Charlie a picture of it.
I have one.
How dare you not send it to me too? How dare you? I feel wounded.
Yeah, but then again, I did offer to give her money just to like let me watch her eat the bagels because they sounded so yummy. So, like in lieu of that, I got a picture of look how big the bagel is.
Yeah, just here, have more teas. Okay. Oh, and Maggie's been running herself ragged. Oh wow, look at that. Oh, that's gorgeous.
They're literally the size of her face.
Yep. And they were delicious. We only have one type of bagel. We only have 2 bagel left. They're the same type because we got 2 of each type for me and my roommate.
Yes. Aw, I mean, Eva is just so just lovely. She's just lovely. There's some cauliflower hate going on, maybe dessert.
It's deadly.
A devoted stream watching enthusiast. I like this. I love the spin too. Having ground cow on bread with turmeric sauce. A side of potatoes, deep fried, topped with some store-brand tomato flavor sauce. Oh, getting fancy on us. Writers bingo. It's on the list. You come to St. Louis. Yes. Is that like a thing, or are we just having our own bingo night? Although, yeah, like seriously, when this plague is over, y'all.
Though I have to say, I know what I want the prizes to be for that one if we're going up that close to the Illinois border. I mean, we could just do it over in Collinwood on the other side of the river. And,
Google, no!
What just happened?
And also marinated cucumbers thinly sliced.
Google, respond!
Oh, look, Tom. Fangirls unite.
God.
Okay, that's going to be a new hashtag that I'm going to have to create for my streams. Like,
Yes,
whether you're there or not.
Oh, that was one. Remember, I forgot. That was the one we forgot about, Tom, that you were like, Charlie makes a new hashtag or something.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Right. So how about we just put someone? So like if anyone else wants to make, someone makes a new hashtag.
I may have an addiction to doing that, so yeah.
Okay.
And
So,
can you guys still hear me?
yep, we can hear you.
Oh, I'm impressed because my Google Chrome is not responding.
All right. This has been amazing, but how about we talk about queer movies and queer
By the way,
coding?
that counts
and
as technical
queerbating.
difficulties.
That
Camps
does
one
count.
definitely has technical difficulties.
Pick an era and let's go.
Okay. So, where should we start? Should we start with what is queerbaiting and queer coding?
Yeah.
Should we start with
Sure.
the Hays Code? What should we start with? I mean, it's a hot mess. It's a hot, rolling trash fire of whatever.
Well, I don't think it's possible to really explain queer coding without the Hays Code, because there was no need for queer coding until the Hays Code came into being.
Yeah, which is why
Because-
the early 1900s movies, there was no queer coding. There were
Right.
just,
There was
people of
queer
every variety.
characters.
Yeah.
Because that's the one thing that is so shocking is I remember when I was a kid and getting into like film study and all, and you go back and you watch movies from the 1920s and like, oh, look, there's two girls. Oh, wait, they're kissing. Oh, look, there's two boys and they're kissing. Like, movies in the 1920s and 30s were very intentionally salacious for the time
Yeah,
to draw people in.
Yeah,
Right.
Don't forget, there's an Asian guy and he's getting the girl.
Oh,
The
yeah.
highest, remember the highest paid actor in Hollywood was a Japanese man.
And of course, they had to put a stop to that real quick.
Oh, yeah, I can't have that.
Yeah.
And the sad thing is, we haven't really had a prominent Asian lead since, and that says a lot about Hollywood.
I know we've had several that like I was looking to see
Mhm.
become big and never really took off.
There are quite a few that I thought we're going to get there. So you probably have the dates better than I do, because you.
Yeah, I think, like I say, our father was a history professor, and I'm like, dates.
So
Which was slightly with his blessing, because he's like, you can always look that up. But go on.
So the Hays Code. One moment.
Yeah, I've literally pulled it up, and I was like, trying to see.
I'm not sneezing on camera. I'm sorry.
Oh, well, I already coughed, so for eagle-eyed viewers, they could have like marked that one on their squares.
Oh no, I'm having those like thunder sneezes today, where I like fly like a foot out of the chair.
Okay, because like sneezing and coughing is a square if
Yeah.
somebody sneezes or coughs.
Anyway, so the Hays Code was, from my point of view and perspective, the way that the patriarchy was encoded into Hollywood films. It put very strong restrictions on what women's roles were allowed to be. It completely forbade any kind of queer relationship unless the character was shown punished for their actions. So you could have a queerish character so long as they died, ended up in jail, something terrible had to happen to them to show that they were punished for their sins. It was the precursor to what we ended up with now with the rating system. And it actually reads quite a bit like the Comics Code Authority, for anybody who's familiar with that. They were very similar. And so Hollywood changes overnight. And all of the like just fabulous actors and actresses that filled the movies. I mean, Dorothy Dandridge fled to France after that because no one would hire her because she was widely known to be in several lesbian relationships.
Yep.
And you really see a change in the Guard. And this also ushers in the control era where the studios, to ensure that their actors are living up to the Hays Code, sign them to exclusive contracts, and you have the contract players come out. Like, the Hays Code had such a deep effect on Hollywood movies. Like, we would not have hardly any of the movies that we had in the 50s without it.
Yeah.
In the 40s and 50s. Because it created the staple of actors that you now have to use. Which is why when you go back and watch all those old movies, you're like, wow, look, it's like the same cast in every movie. Because they were literally on contract to the studio and could do nothing else. But as a result of that, all of the queer characters went away, and we have characters like in the Maltese Falcon, where he's lesbian and touching his cane to his mouth because he's bad.
Don't forget the scented business cards. I love that. Scented business cards.
That perfume
yes.
is also code.
Yep.
For queer. Like for me, it was the fact that they viewed anything other than cis heterosexuality as perversion. And so in all acts of perversion, like, fell under a different part of the code where it could never be seen in a positive light. So you could have criminals who were seen, like, who were exhibiting these perverse behaviors, or, as they termed it. I am not trying to term it as this. But hence where a lot of villains, therefore, were effete, or they would look licentiously at young men. And so, and the women would suggestively touch other women of like, they're trying to code it for this is queer because queer is under perversion, and like, it's how many steps do you have to make this bad? The answer is a whole freaking lot of work.
Queer coding for a very long time in Hollywood was just shorthand for, oh, that's the bad guy. And you can see this get into the genetics of Disney very early on. Maleficent is an extremely lesbian character. She's obviously modeled off of Marlene Dietrich, no matter what anybody else tries to say. The high arches, bones. I mean, you put a picture of Maleficent next to a picture of Marlene Dietrich. That's obviously who they used for the idea. And of course, she hates children because a woman that hates children is obviously gay, which means they've never met a lesbian in their lives because lesbians collected children like children collect Pokemon.
I wondered if it was just me because we've got several like lesbian communes here in Mississippi, and I'm always like, why is there just random children that don't obviously belong to anybody at the commune there? And nobody's like, we need to call DHS. Because these are all collected. This is a part of the, collection.
Another famous one from the Hays Code that everyone knows and doesn't always remember is you couldn't have any even insinuation about sex. So that's where the whole smoking cigarettes came from.
Yep.
Yes, or other things like that. Why would the camera would pan to a fireplace after the couple maybe embraced or were about to embrace, and it would just pan over to a fireplace. That was not for artists.
Nope.
That was what the Hays Code required, since everything had to be euphemisms.
And I have to say, this shows the lack of imagination of American cinema, because India, to this day, still has something very close to the Hays Code for movies, which is why Bollywood movies are so delightfully strange to watch from an outside perspective.
And why Netflix is in so much trouble because of a kiss in a Bollywood movie.
Because you have to start understanding one of my favorite franchises from India is the Doom movies, DHOOM. If you've not seen them, they're glorious train wrecks that I absolutely love. The music is great. Pritam wrote all the songs. Oh, it's great. But in the first movie, when he meets his girlfriend, there is a sex scene in the movie. They're singing about how hot and bothered they are to each other while basically running through a laundromat and throwing blankets everywhere.
I thought it was a lot of fun. I mean, I know I've seen at least 2 Doom movies, like off the top of my head, and like I thought that was just delightful. I love that
I love
interpretation.
them so much. The second one's my favorite, but the third one's really good, and the first one is a masterpiece. But I'm kind of obsessed with these movies. Anyway, but you look at the creativity that they came up with to get around this, right? This is one of the reasons why they not only went to musicals, but these very highly choreographed musicals. Because the different dance moves and the different hand gestures came to mean certain other activities so that they could signal what was going on. And in your mind, once you have once you crack the code or have a friend of yours from India explain it to you, you're like, oh, that's like, oh my goodness, I can't believe that just happened. And you're like,
the vapors,
kind of like dance on either side of a table.
You sound like every kid when they find out what the Song of Solomon means.
Yeah, basically. Yeah. But it shows the lack of creativity that they had because Bollywood went into these amazing, like, they found a way to still be sensual and to show desire and love. And Hollywood was like, I don't know, fireplaces and cigarettes.
Yeah.
It's a pure lack of creativity.
Which is also like kind of a violent interpretation of sex.
Yeah.
It always has to be fire, it burns, it's destructive, rather than it can be a lot of things to a lot of different people. Again, I think that also just reflects culturally the difference between like Western, European, and American ideas about sex, honestly, that frankly, in my opinion, have a lot to do with the Greek interpretations of sex versus the subcontinent Indian cultural interpretations of sex and what that means. Like, it says a lot about the various cultures, and I think that's interesting as well.
Because where we went to queer coding, you have movies in India like Dostana, where it's not strictly illegal, but not really. You can't really have queer people in Indian movies. Kinda ish. Like, you can get away with it kind of, but you have movies like Dostana where they find a way to show this loving queer couple through the movie, and they basically found a loophole in that they were technically straight and were after a girl who basically ends up becoming their fruit fly, and like they accidentally became really good friends. And like the song that lets you know that they're more than friends is there's a song in there called Migdala Dala, which is, oh my goodness, what if your mother finds out? Like, there's this wonderful song where he has these visions of his mother standing in front of like all these statues of the gods, just like weeping and crying while like really fun rap music's happening in the background, because Bollywood is amazing. But like the creativity to get through it didn't exist here.
Yeah, versus like, okay, so the Hays Code had a straight up ban on bestiality.
Yep.
And that is where we start seeing beasts converted to human or half human by the end of the story. Like, so, and there are far older movies to illustrate, but the one that I know that most people are familiar with is Disney's Beauty and the Beast, where the beast, after he, the curse is broken, he transforms into, I guess they're saying he's human. I mean, like, seriously, why do he look so ugly? I'm just, okay. As a child, I thought this of like, the beast was better.
Yeah, he definitely.
However,
the beast.
And that has to do with the Hays Code. The Hays Code ended in the 60s, and yet Disney in the 90s is still doing the no, he can't stay a beast where he's just, the curse is broken. Oh, no. He has, because in the old French stories and the old Spanish stories of this story, since it was actually based on some real people who were messed with by royalty.
Yeah.
He doesn't convert. He's always stayed hairy. That was the whole, part of the story. Is like, he doesn't change. He's still a beast. I mean, he was, in fact, in a lot of their stories, tamed. Civil. Okay, I'm not even going to get into that ableism, but anyway. But that's what, and then later in the early 2000s, what was it with House of Mouse? Yeah. There is Belle with Pre-Cursed Beast.
Yep.
What happened to the deferred beast?
Yeah, you never see him as
They
the.
never explain. Like he chose to be furry again, or what? He just stopped shaving. What happened? Because like, was the breaking of the curse a big Nair situation? Like where he just suddenly had alopecia everywhere but his head. Look, as a child, I had questions.
Yeah, I feel that.
But there were so that's what Hollywood did to get around it, and I don't know that they were really that creative about that.
And this had a very big impact on queer culture throughout the United States, where we noticed that the only places we could find anything resembling representation was in the villains, and just rolled with it. Yes. I mean, Divine's entire career in the 70s was basically mocking the Hays Code. Like he was the perfect example of the Hays Code brought to life as a way to torment heterosexual people. Because once the Hays Code had gone away, he realized, oh, I'm going to do everything that was on the list, honey. And did. Including having a disco album. And if you've never heard Divine's disco album, find it. Worth it. Yeah.
When I was... Oh, sorry. Go on.
I always loved the story about Divine and Divine's father, because they were estranged for many years, and then they kind of towards the end got back together, and according to Divine, his father asked him like, "But why are you doing this?" And Divine's response was taking out the checkbook and showed his father his bank account. And his father's next response was, "Oh, if I'd known that, I would have been doing that several decades ago." Of like, right? Truly, you can see where Divine gets it,
right?
But yeah, I mean, Hays Code's really screwed up a lot of thinking that we still are dealing with to this day. Like,
well, the whole bury your gays.
Yes.
Yep.
We bury the gays because that's part of the Hays Code, that no gay person can be viewed as a positive character unless they die at the end.
Yeah.
And speaking of which, like, if anybody hasn't seen it yet, Strange Eons just did a read-through of Satan Was a Lesbian, which is a book that came out during this time period where books were often also censored if they didn't follow these rules.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want to know how they were able to do queer erotica under all of this, watch Strange Eons video, because it almost destroys her trying to read this book. It's like they had to go through some severe hoops to try to show anything resembling a couple or give characterization. And of course, it has to end badly. It has to end badly.
Yeah, one of the things I took to note, because I've been wondering this for several years, is why in America is adoption not brought up more as an option and stuff? And it's actually another part of the Hays Code, because adoption would remove one of the main complaints about gay coupling, which was that they can't reproduce, so they can't be a family, so they can't be part of society.
So there's no point in allowing them to marry, since the point of marriage is to have a family for society's sake.
Versus now, I really am waiting, because I mean, after 20 years, I really feel it should become a term at this point of you got Rosie O'Donnell. When you get convinced to foster children and end up adopting them. Because this is what happens apparently on every Rosie O'Donnell cruise.
Like, even the people she hires to be the entertainers on the cruise end up being part of the foster system, because she's like, "Hey, you're not performing right now. Come to our seminar on how to become a foster parent." And they all get, whatever license or certified to become foster parents by the end of the cruise. And I mean, I've heard so many stories of this. Like, we've been joking about this, at least 10, 15 years about, because I'd heard about the Rosie O'Donnell cruise. There used to be a cruise that would go out of New Orleans. And the Rosie O'Donnell cruise was the cheapest cruise if you wanted to leave America and get on a cruise boat at the time anyway, 15 years ago. And so I had considered it, and I had been warned by other people who did not know that I was queer of, oh, you don't want to get on that. Everybody who leaves a Rosie O'Donnell cruise ends up becoming a foster parent and eventually adopting foster kids. And I'm like, you say that like it's a bad thing, but it sounds like it could be a good thing. She's like, miscegenation. I was literally warned 15, 17 years ago against the miscegenation of fostering and adopting kids.
Oh, goodness.
And also she's like, and you know that cruise is just filled with gay people because it's Rosie O'Donnell's cruise. And I'm like, again, you say it like it's bad. It sounds fun. It sounds like there will be a lot of Broadway musicals sung. And I know all the words. And she's like, oh, you like musicals? And I'm like, I love musicals. Love.
Yeah. And I still live in a state where you can have your children taken away from you just for being gay.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why I don't even think about fostering or anything, because we can't even get on the list, because one of the first questions is, have you or have you not been in a queer, it's not stated quite as nicely, a queer relationship in the last year or so. But
wow, I did not know that like Alabama and Mississippi were better than that. Because like in Alabama and Mississippi, you can be foster parents and be living with another person, but they really strongly prefer you be married if you're living with them. But if you're not, you can still be in a relationship with someone. You just have to have a second bedroom for that person. So you want to foster one kid and you're in a non-married relationship, then you need 3 bedrooms rather than 2. And that is the only stipulation. It does apply to heterosexual couples as well, though.
It is technically on the list for a thing that makes you an unfit parent.
Wow.
And if you had an employee who
Charlie?
Abusive ex.
Oh, I'm sorry. Your audio sounded like it was underwater for a minute.
Oh, I'm sorry. We had an employee who had an abusive ex who literally beat her and stuff. And when she filed for sole custody of the kids, he counterfiled saying she shouldn't have custody at all because she was bi.
I mean, like, this is a tired old saw, but I'm gonna say it anyway. It's like it always shocks me, and there's a place worse than Mississippi.
And I live there.
I mean, you're blowing my mind. I mean,
yeah,
I believe you. I'm not trying to say that, but I'm just saying, like, we're always so used to being first or last. In Mississippi, that's the joke. It's like that's our second state motto. The first motto is the hospitality state. Second one, first or last. And we're so used to that it's like, wow, you mean that we're more progressive than another state in the union?
Yeah.
It's not Arkansas?
Don't get me started on Arkansas.
Oh, gosh. I'm so glad I didn't take that job. Okay. So, anyway. But for the grace of, Okay, so, back to the Hays Code. Yeah. Have we covered the majority of, like, villains can be gay, but you can't have happy endings for gay people?
You have to code the behaviors for it. You can't actually even say that they are.
Yes, you cannot
gay.
say the word.
You cannot apply it. It's an option as a lifestyle. Which
is also where a lot of queer stereotypes come from. And like, there's a really interesting question in queer theory of which came first, the stereotypical behaviors or the queer coding, which actually came first. Because I'm sure some of those behaviors existed before in the queer community, but how many of them were just adopted by queer people so we could signal to other queer people who we were, and how many were just, overly exaggerated versions of the way queer people actually acted at the time? Like, there really is an interesting chicken and the egg question when it comes to a lot of the things that we think of as queer coding.
Yes, exactly. So that's like the basis of the Hays Code. And then the issue that we wanted to bring up is, so that's queer coding. Now, queer baiting
Is evil.
something that really happened later. It did not happen during the height of the Hays Code. It really happened, I think, more in the 60s, 70s, really the 70s especially. 70s and 80s and on. And it's still going on today. And that is where you take a regular relationship, say, in a movie or a TV show, but off camera or off of the media, like in articles, the creators or someone hints that there could be a queer relationship, but it's never seen on camera. It's never confirmed as canon. So what they're trying to do is rope in a more queer audience without actually representing.
Without actually delivering.
Exactly.
Yeah, Ilsa. I mean, let's be honest.
Yes.
Also, I still do not agree that Supernatural does not count as having a
or whatever Castiel, whatever Castiel. Yes.
Because the way they did that one was they did not confirm it. They had Castiel admit his, but Dean was silent.
It wasn't.
No, it doesn't count.
Both ways. It was just one way, which I'm like, hello, we all have crushes. Let's move on.
And then immediately buried him in super hell.
Immediately. Immediately he goes
like,
to
no. The moment you come out, you have to now die, or terrible things have to happen, or crime or something, either it's your fault or not, but still bad things will happen to you.
I have to say,
acknowledge your own sexuality.
As angry as the whole Destiel thing was.
That was it, thank you.
As angry as it makes me, Misha went for it. Like, Misha's been arguing for this for years.
Right.
To happen. Yeah. And at least on set, man, he put his heart and soul into this, which makes it even more angering that Jensen Ackles sits there all dead fish. Like, I really feel like I really feel like he had no idea what was going on, and like they filmed them separately and composited them together, because he looks like the person reading lines to him is just like, hi, I'm telling you a dark secret. Don't say it. Just don't say it. Like, it doesn't look like he's even reacting to the dialogue. No. Like,
it's weird.
Rumor has it that this did not become canon earlier because Jensen refused to play a gay character on the show. That's been a very strong story for a long time. I can't point to an article of him saying that, but that's kind of been known in the fandom the whole time.
Right.
And it really, when you watch it, it really makes you feel like Jensen didn't know that was what happened in that scene until he watched the show come out. Because I really feel like whatever the dialogue was he was reacting to was more like, I killed my mother when I was 5 and I liked it. Don't say that. That's not good. Don't say that. But no, I really liked it when I stabbed her. That's no. That's like, because he's acting like something completely out of character, because that doesn't make sense, because the other character is an angel who had no mom. So
right. So, and that was like this year, right?
Yeah, that was this year.
Because I found out about it from Rowan Ellis, which, by the way, I highly recommend.
Yes,
Rowan Ellis's channel.
Great channel.
That was more than 6 months ago when I watched her original. I'm going to say lecture because I love it. I say lecture with a positive. I love lectures, or good ones. About 6 months or so, I watched hers on queerbaiting and queercoding in Hollywood, and it really inspired me to go down a delightful rabbit hole of queercoding and queerbaiting. And the more I researched, the more I was like, this is still ongoing, but it's not just ongoing in movies. It's going on in TV. What's worse is it's going on in books and short stories and in fan fiction. And I don't think that people are aware they're doing it. And this is what's concerning to me. Like, it's one thing when older people, like She Who Shall Not Be Named, who subscribes full on to the whole Hays Code with the bury your gays and the criminality of homosexuals and everything. It's one thing when someone much older subscribes to it. It's another thing when high schoolers are writing fan fiction that they have internalized this institutionalization of homophobia that I was like, we really need to talk about, even though I was like, I kind of was reticent originally to talk about this like on the show, because I was like, it's going to be triggering for people. And I totally understand, but I feel like it's a necessary trigger, which is why Under the bonus watching, those are the movies that I really considered very triggering. They're depressing, they're terrible, they're ugly. They're ugly about homosexuals, queers, the LGBTQIA plus community in general. And I was like, you don't have to watch these. We're going to talk about them, but you don't have to watch them. And I don't want you to watch them if you're going to be uncomfortable or it's going to make you feel really ugly inside. Don't watch it. But you should still know these movies exist. And they were essentially touchstones in this timeline progression. But nevertheless, I was rather concerned about doing this episode at all because I didn't want to upset people. But again, it's like, we have got to expose this crap to the sunlight. People have got to stop doing this, or at least know that you're doing it. I mean, like, Look, here's the truth. When I was originally getting into writing fiction about 15 years ago, unwillingly, if I admit it, I've always been a nonfiction writer. I didn't want to write fiction because it's so hard. But I had these characters who wouldn't leave me alone. Originally, these characters, they did not make sense to me because I kept trying to fit them somewhere in the cis het world, and they did not fit. And why did I keep doing that? Since I had been kissing girls since middle school. I had been making out with girls since high school. I mean, boys came later because my parents told me I should wait because my entire society told me you should wait before you start dating boys.
Can we just have a moment and just like
practice with girls?
Can we just have a moment to like say how easy it is to be prudish when you're not interested in the opposite sex?
Oh yes, people thought it was so modest.
So
Just hanging out with my girlfriends. We're bosom buddies.
I remember my mom
in
making
anyone?
me swear that I wouldn't do terrible things with girls or get a girl in trouble, and I'm just like, I solemnly swear.
Don't worry, I'm not going to get pregnant. I'm fine.
It's never going to happen. I promise. I promise. It's so easy to be a prude when you just don't want to do it.
Like, honestly, the first boy I ever had a real crush on, I think turned out to be Ace. So it worked out great for us. We both dated each other. Like, I was just kind of curious about him, and he was like, oh, a beard. Fantastic. And so, and like, he told me by the second date, we were both in high school. He told me by the second date, like, I don't feel anything for you, but I honestly went out on the first date with you because people would get off my back about what's wrong with you. Don't you like girls? And I'm like, I understand. I still like you as a person. So if you want, we can still keep going to the movies. And that is how that relationship developed. I mean, like, I was fine with him being Ace. I wasn't looking for a kiss any further. But I also knew that I could fall asleep in a van and he wouldn't do anything weird. So this was a concern in the 90s. I'm just saying the 90s were wild.
What? 90s were...
The 90s were wild, y'all. Especially in rural Mississippi. They were wild.
Yeah,
so,
I think that's still a concern today.
Okay. Well, I think less people are sleeping in vans than they were in the 90s is really the part that I'm saying.
There was a lot of vans sleeping in the 90s.
There was so much van sleeping. Am I right or am I right, y'all?
Right.
There's enough older people in the chat, the 90s, everybody was sleeping in vans. It was like a thing.
It was.
Even when you had a home, you were still sleeping in a van. It was a thing.
It was a thing.
It was a thing.
Yeah, I had a girlfriend for my freshman and sophomore year of high school because my best friend's girlfriend's best friend just like announced that we were dating because wouldn't it be perfect if like the best friends of the best friends were dating? And I just didn't feel like having the energy to correct her. So like we never went out together. We never did anything together. I never held her hand. I never kissed her. But she told everyone that would listen that we were dating, and I never denied it because that would take effort, and I just know.
Yep. Exactly.
A lot of people remember us as dating, and I'm just like, name one thing you ever saw us do together.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, I was sort of testing the waters with even my friends when I would say, like, how much I loved Ursula. Because Ursula is a villain, but she's also queer-coded hardcore. I mean, based on Divine, for heaven's sakes.
Yep.
And I was like, I love Ursula. And I would, like, be testing, like, what do you think of Ursula?
I mean, really, why can't Titus get this role? What's up, Disney?
Yes.
What? I can't remember his real name. Okay,
Titus Burgess,
from Kimmy.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Titus Andromeda.
I was
was gonna say
the one from Mississippi. You said, the one from Mississippi. Like, oh yeah, that one.
Yeah.
The one who actually is from Mississippi. Like when he had that Mississippi story in Kimmy Schmidt, I was like, nobody talks about Mississippi unless there's a connection. Yeah. Yeah. So I was testing out the waters with various friends to see what they like. Did they also identify with queer-coded characters? What did they think of the mincing men who also seem kind of cute though? And all of that. What did they think? Because like, there's also bi erasure. I mean, that's still on.
Oh
Yeah.
yes.
Yes.
That's
The second you become interested in the same gender, all of a sudden you cannot be interested in the opposite gender.
Oh, I mean,
anymore.
my God, how many times have I been shoved in the closet? Because, like, I mean, I was married to a man for 11 years, but it never stopped me being pansexual. And he was
Can I
like,
just say to all of the queer people that are listening, this is not a zero-sum game. None of this is a zero-sum game.
No.
Just because somebody's dating somebody of a certain gender doesn't mean that you lost them on your team. It's not teams like that. We are a community because we're all together. And if I see one more freaking person talk about how the lesbians have lost somebody because Elliot Page is fabulous now, I am going to start screaming, okay?
I have heard about lesbians holding memorials for the
They are.
loss of one of their
Yes.
own.
Yes.
Because, you know, she's currently dating or married to a man, and they just want
They
to be
are?
friends with her. And I'm like, wait, what? Wait, what?
They
And I
came
know
out as
other
non-binary.
lesbians who were actually bisexual, but they got more support from the local lesbian community, and so refused relationships with men just because they needed that support in their life since they didn't have family support because homophobia.
Yep.
And so, you know, here they are still not being able to live their truth, not being able to truly be themselves, because none of us can get through life without the support of a community, some community.
But it's not that. It's
Right,
a community.
we're
It's not a
honored to.
team. It's not a team. It's not like people are switching teams. That's not what's happening here. Like, Elliot did not go to queer conversion therapy.
Yeah.
Elliot's very clear. Still queer. You didn't lose anything.
Well,
And
I
this
mean,
whole
isn't the trans community always part of the queer community, right? I mean, that doesn't stop.
it's
I mean,
supposed to be. We have
right,
one of the
okay,
colors on the
because-
flag. It's supposed to represent us, but
right. I thought so. I'm like, what is going on? Why are people messing with my head about this stuff when it's like, look,
because
are
we
you not accepted by mainstream society due to your sexuality or romanticism or not romanticism? Hi, come join us. We've got
we as a
flags.
culture have adopted this freaking team mentality that everything is a team, and you're either on my team or you're not on my team. That's
I
not
feel
how
like-
life works.
I feel like it's an extension of the oppression we
Yeah.
all receive from mainstream society about you must conform, and that people have internalized this, and now they're saying it to their own community, you must conform, or else you are cast out, like a lot of people's families have done to them, cast out. And it's like, this is not the point of oppression, to keep oppressing the smaller and smaller groups. Please do not make this the point.
Tell
The
me to
point
shut up
is
if you want me to.
inclusivity.
Tell me if you want me to shut up about this. If you want me
No,
to,
keep
I'm
going.
going forever. But I'm sorry, the Hays Code and all of this queer coding has led to the respectability politics that has invaded queer spaces, where
Right.
we're supposed to act like cis-het couples and be like cis-het representatives of the community, even though we're not that. Queer relationships are fundamentally different than straight relationships. You know why? Because we don't have all that patriarchal baggage that comes into it where certain roles are assumed. We have to talk it out. And you know what? Straight couples should have to do that too.
Well, also,
Yeah.
we're different from straight couples because we've all had to do a lot of identity introspection
Yes.
about who we are, and is that worth the flack we're about to get from the rest of society forever till we die or after? And is it really worth it? Is this really like a real part of my identity, or is this just something I can let go? And straight people, heterosexual people, do not go through that because they do not have to, because
Correct.
it is easier if you are straight. If you're heterosexual, society just accepts you out of hand. You're automatically in the club. You don't need to show your membership card.
I still remember I was working a couple years ago, and one of my coworkers had a cousin who had been a lesbian and in a lesbian relationship for like 20 years, I think, at the point I was talking with them. And the question they got married several years ago. Once, I don't remember if it was Mississippi or one of the other states when they had earlier done, but all their family kept going is, but who's the guy in the relationship? Like, they just couldn't grasp this concept of it's different.
Yeah.
You don't have to have this, fake gender role that Hollywood came up with of, just like the nuclear family is a Hollywood trope that they invented. It never existed.
Never existed.
No.
It was made up for movies. And again, it's part of the Hays Code to defend the Hays Code ideal.
Yep.
It was never real. And, so it's yet another part of, like, this weird internalized things that people don't realize they've internalized from, lies to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
Because without the Hays Code, we would not have Blair White. And she's one of those people that's very valid to bring up in a situation like this, because you need to realize not all queer people are allies of queer people. She has literally said that if you're not as pretty as she is, if you can't afford all the surgery she's had and all of the medical intervention she's had, you're not really trans. Right. She has said that on numerous occasions. On numerous occasions. You know what? Surgery is expensive. Hormones are expensive. Mm-hmm. All of the testing that you have to do, because hormones are poison. If you don't know how dangerous hormones are, do just like this much research and you'll be frightened that your mom or you are on HRT, because hormones are scary, dangerous chemicals that do big things to your body. Like, there's a lot, like, you have to have an endocrinologist to check you out before you can even start down that path, honey. But not all trans people are allies.
Not all trans people can even have surgery, even if they wanted and can afford it. There are medical issues at hand. Also, like, honestly, needle phobia is real. And I'm like, you don't have to go through hoops to convince me your own identity. You be you. That works.
This is that respectability politics, though, that comes out of the Hays Code, right? Because we had trans actors working in Hollywood before the Hays Code went away, because they were passing as their gender. Just like there were a lot of white actors in Hollywood that were some of the first black stars because they could pass.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, that was a thing that happened. And that idea of passing, which was born out of the Hays Code and some of the other restrictions that were put on the industry, filtered through society and is still haunting us today with creatures like her, who are saying, but if you're not passing, like, if people can't automatically look at you and go, oh, you are whatever your gender identity is.
Right.
You know what? I'm a demigirl. Draw me a picture of the stereotypical demigirl, please. I'm waiting. Because I can't even do it.
Charlie, Gloria and I, Gloria can back me up on this one. You look very much like someone we called Aunt Kathy. She wasn't actually related.
She was our mother's best friend, like best friend in the whole freaking wide world. She was truly our mother's heart.
And she was, she was born, a woman, everything else. You look so much like her, it's weird.
You're also tall like her. You literally, walk, or your stance, your gait looks similar. We have talked about, like, this is spooky but fantastic.
The only difference is you don't make quite as many British comedy group. You don't make as many Monty Python references.
Oh, I try to control myself, honey.
I'm just saying, she didn't filter out the Monty Python, she loved Red Dwarf. She loved, what? Oh.
And Mel Brooks. Like, she did a lot of, what was the Frankenstein one?
Oh, yes. Yeah, she did so many Frankenstein references. Oh, good. Or young Frankenstein references.
There's not a week in my house that somebody doesn't make a Frau Blücher joke. I'm just saying.
But yeah, Charlie, no, like, seriously, if your voice was just a little bit higher, it would be...
And if you wore your hair in 2 long braids, it would be disturbingly similar, because we talked about that of, like...
Because honestly, like, the only thing missing is to find out that, you are a registered member on a reservation.
No, sadly, no.
Or, was it Boxer Rescue?
Yeah.
That was her other part of her identity. She loved boxers.
So yeah, like, whenever we hear this talk about trans people and, looking
a certain way,
it's like, what are you talking about? I know a lot of women who look like this, and I've seen many men who look like this.
Can I just say, I don't know very many AFAB biological women that look like Blair White. because that
Yeah.
takes the money. Like,
Yes.
I'm sorry, you have to buy that out of a catalog.
Right.
Yes.
I mean, like, it's a lot of pain too, quite frankly, and time. You have to have time to devote to recovery, and
Ooh.
But that's the respectability politics. That's all the Hays Code, right?
like it's only for the elite.
People that would be
Yes.
coded as villains, do you? You don't want to be seen as a bad person or a degenerate because of all of that coding that is still with us today. That, oh, if you act this way, if you talk this way, oh, you're a bad guy. You know what? I will kill my Mufasa and have my hyenas, honey. I'll just
Seriously,
do it,
though.
all right?
Where did the lisp thing come from as somehow coded to being gay? Like, I have never figured
Like,
this
what
one.
is it about, all right, I'm gonna get a little rough here. What is it about sucking dick that's supposed to give somebody a lisp? Because I've done more than my fair share, in my personal opinion, of that, and I still don't have a lisp, baby.
There is a really good movie called Do I Sound Gay to You?
Yes.
That's all about this topic.
Yeah.
Where an actor is basically told that he sounds gay, and he's like, what does that even mean? And goes on this like journey to find out what does it mean to sound gay? Where do we get this idea of what sounds gay? And I'll tell you, it's the Hays Code.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, some of it doesn't really make sense. You can only assume that it's some sort of vestige from some person's personal experiences with somebody that they then went, it must be all people talk this way, they walk this way, they dress this way, they pet cats all the time. Yeah.
But that's the queer coding. Like, I sound and talk and have the mannerisms I do because I grew up with Snagglepuss and all of those cartoon characters that for some reason I identified with and I didn't quite understand why.
I did love all the sass of Snagglepuss, and I used to talk
Right?
about Snagglepuss, and my parents were like, "Oh no, you don't," and they were like, "It's rude to talk that way," and I'm like, "But he's a cat. Isn't that just how cats talk?"
Yeah.
Completely queer-coded character, just 100% queer-coded from start to finish. But that's like most of my affectations come from stuff like that because those were the characters that I related to as a kid, that I grew up really relating to as a kid. Like Jim J. Bullock was a revelation for me because I don't know if you know this because he doesn't get brought up like hardly at all. He was one of the first openly gay actors to play an openly gay character on television in the 80s. He was in the show Too Close for Comfort, and he played Monroe. He was the neighbor that lived upstairs.
I think we watched this.
Right, we watched Matt Baum, who we absolutely love his culture cruises.
Oh,
I
yeah.
recommend them.
Yeah, they're wonderful.
And we
I wish I had
understand how
money
he's trying to go more mainstream, but deep down
No,
we do
Matt,
miss
put on the adorable little sailor outfit and give that. But I mean, like, I respect that. Like,
Sailor outfit, too.
I love that little outfit. I mean, but I'm like, yeah, okay. If he wants to like work on his identity, okay, I respect that. But I wish he would put on the widow sailor outfit and like wish us all,
The show is set in San Francisco.
Right. Okay.
And follows the family of, I just lost his real name. He played Ted Knight in the Mary Tyler Moore Show.
Yes, I do remember him. Yes, I did watch.
He was a cartoonist. It's set in San Francisco. He and his wife live upstairs, and they bought in this duplex. And his daughters live in the apartment below them, and then they rent out their attic to Monroe, this amazingly queer character played by an amazingly queer actor. And I find it phenomenal that he was allowed to exist, because this was like would have been like 82, 84. I think it's when the show was on.
Mm-hmm.
Should we do another 15 or 20 minutes so
I
everyone
think we
can go
need
check on their goats and go check on their babies? Do we want to do a 15-minute or a 20-minute?
Let's do a 15.
Okay. All right, y'all. Okay, so everybody's going to get time. No, we're just going to use the same Christmas timer because we can.
Also, so I had to look up who Blair White was, and also she should have kept her nose from before.
Agreed. Agreed.
I mean, yeah, there's some less than ideal nose jobs in this world. Okay, are we ready to go? In 3? Are we ready though? Sorry.
Yeah.
Are
Yeah.
we?
Yeah.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, sprint. Beep 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 beep. Beep 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 beep. Beep 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 beep. Beep 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 beep. How did everybody do? Hello, cat.
Hi.
Yo. I may have spent the vast majority of that sprint desperately seeking crochet hooks, and I still can't find a single one.
Gremlins. I'm just
I
saying.
found so much yarn. You have no idea how much
And
yarn.
it's not with the yarn?
No. I found more knitting needles than I knew that I had, because like a lot of this yarn came from my grandmother, and like half of it has 1 or 2 knitting needles in the middle of the skein.
Just sort of like hidden, like here.
Yeah, like secret stab your hand knitting needles. Yay. But I still have yet to find a single crochet hook.
By the way, side note, because I also inherited several totes of my mother's yarn. And she was known to buy yarn at garage sales. So ancient yarn, ancient acrylic plastic yarn. And it's like rough, you know, and it's like you don't want it in your fingers, right?
Yeah.
So I found a friend actually gave me a tip, and I tried it out. It does work. If you take the skein, obviously without the paper, if it has the paper wrapper, take the whole skein as it is and put it in like the lingerie bags or the laundry bags, the kind that you can wash and throw in the washing machine. Throw it in the washing machine and be sure to use either the fabric softener, or after you wash it, put it in like your not your kitchen sink, your bathroom sink with a little bit of your favorite conditioner with warm water. And like let it soak. So first you want to wash off the sizing. That's why you want to throw it in the washing machine. And let it go through the whole like cycle, but a short cycle. But not too hot water, otherwise, acrylic. And then you soak it in either, you can just use regular fabric softener in the washing machine if that's what you got. But if you prefer, you can use hair conditioner in the sink and just soak it. And then honestly, you could throw it back in the washing machine on the spin cycle just to dry it out. Hang it, laundry bag and all, and let it hang dry. And then it's fine. And it feels like expensive yarn then. So I'm just saying, like, you don't have to throw away that cheap 1970s yarn if you happen to have any.
I have boxes of it.
Yeah, I did too. My mom. And it really works because apparently a bunch of that roughness that I was always like, acrylic, turned out that's actually the sizing or the starch or whatever they used to use. It's not really the yarn. However, when you take that off, the yarn really does, like, it practically squeaks. It's still not pleasant, so you need to put like fabric softener or hair conditioner on it and let that dry, and then it's lovely to work with, and it doesn't take that long to dry since it's acrylic. It only takes about a day or two hanging like in the bathroom shower, honestly. Like usually not even 24 hours for us, but I'm just saying, like, if it's a humid day, it may take a day and a half. So I just wanted to give that tip just in case that's useful to you or anyone else, because
like, you really need to throw a rainbow right now, because this is like the more you know. Like, we really need a star with a rainbow right now. Just da-na-na-na.
Because I have like literally huge totes, 56 quart totes of this, like, I'm sorry, this crap yarn. And I was like, I am never going to use it because I hate the feel between my fingers.
Yeah, exactly.
And I don't want to make a scarf. I feel like I'm going to like torture someone with this thing. And then a friend like really came up to me and was like, I heard you inherited your mother's yarn and that you didn't want it. You're trying to give it away. But I came across this tip and I tried it with some of my mother's yarn. I mean, this was a lady who's literally a generation older than me who inherited her mother's yarn. So yeah, this is a generational problem. And somebody figured it out. So at least give it a try with a couple test schemes is all I'm saying.
Yeah.
And see what helps. Of course, like if it's wool or something, you would definitely want to follow the care instructions on the skein. However, in theory, you can do it with any skein. You don't have to unravel the skein to do this. You just put it in the laundry bag. And you may get a little bit of, where it's not exactly tangled, but it'll come right out once the skein's dry. And apparently, like, the friend who told me about it, she threw her skeins, laundry bag, and all in the dryer, and ran it through the dryer on the fluff cycle, and it didn't tangle it up or anything. I just didn't have quite the guts to do that.
Yeah, I don't know that I would have the guts to do that.
As well as like my dryer's kind of evil, and now it's broken, so we just hang all our clothes now.
I'm pretty sure I hear a black mass start every time we turn our dryer on.
See, yes, I know what you're saying. Like, right here, yes.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh, before I forget, Tom gave me some samples to show people of lovely hats that I have crocheted ages ago. This one has a ponytail holder that's stretchy, and it's washable. And in fact, you can machine wash it. I recommend, again, the laundry bag is useful for this. So
can I just say, I feel like that should be my shtick on the streams. Like, just have a bunch of those with my pony knob coming up.
Yeah, it would look really cute on you too. I mean, I love these, particularly, up to what I got on my hair. And then I do have larger versions for people with way more hair.
That could be a headband.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that was like, I mean, I hope nobody's upset that I'm putting it on my hair. I promise I don't have anything in my hair that's gross.
Just don't like all famous streamers have like a weird hat gimmick or
Right.
like something strange that they put on their head? Like,
I mean, I have made some weird ass hats, y'all. You just have no idea.
can I just say, I want to ask you never again to pick up one of those ponytail hats, put your finger through the hole in the back, and say I make weird ass hats again, because I did not. I didn't need that. I
made this one with. It has a little butterfly
Oh,
on the band as a little detail.
That's awesome.
Apparently, nobody does these bands except me this way. So someone told me I invented it. I don't know. But I like these kind of sort of geometric art deco bands.
That is amazing. I love it.
I think they're pretty without being distracting. I did also make this lovely sort of slouchy hat. And then Tom wanted me to let everybody know I made this. It can double as both a koozie or a dice bag.
Oh, that is adorable. Oh,
That is
how big is
so
that?
cool.
It might be big enough for one of my tarot decks.
Ooh.
Well, it's this flat. Feel like
How
maybe
many
my
angles
forehead.
is your face?
Why don't you just put your hand in there, Glory? Just,
Okay,
Oh.
let me untie it.
Oh, somebody might be able to put a deck of tarot cards in there.
And this is how I'm holding my hand.
I'm just gonna have to keep my soul from completely escaping right now. Like,
And then,
I have to hold on to it. It's
I
trying
mean,
to
if
get
you
away.
don't know, these are LSU colors around here. So, and I did have somebody request LSU colors, so I had made a couple extras. So, if you are like me and you want a scarf, but the way your jacket is, it's too bulky for you to button up your jacket because you're a big chested girl or guy or person. I made a little neck warmer to keep your neck warm while you wear your leather jacket. And I made them in a whole bunch of colors. So, why, yes, I do also have this one. And then my favorite, because I love every variation on red known to man.
By the way, I believe Eva gave it a better name than a neck warmer.
Oh, what's that?
It's a hickey hider.
Oh, well, there we go.
I love it. I love it.
Mark it to teens, apparently.
Hickey hider.
I'm sure it'll be very popular in Utah.
That's how I came out to my grandfather
With a hickey.
and the hubby in tow.
This is the one that.
And I let him put it together in his mind. It was
Now-
glorious.
I'm going to say, the nice thing about these neck warmers, not that anybody asked me for a QVC, but is that you can size it for your own neck.
Oh, that's
Because
nice.
crochet, guess what? They're all crochet. They're buttonholes. It's crochet. It's all holes. So you can make it any size you want. And, you just tuck it into your jacket. And it looks nice without essentially making your chest look real bulky. Because, when you have this scarf in and it looks like suddenly,
It looks like there's an angry snake trying to take your tatas off. Yes.
Right, and that was my issue. But because I wanted that nice sleek line that I so rarely get, but I can get with my leather jackets. That's why I made these. And then I made extras on the theory that, surely I'm not the only person. So anyhow, those were the items that Tom asked, that was suggested that I model for y'all, in case anybody who wins would like something other than a hat, or at least they know what hats they're getting into. That's all. Thank you for modeling, for putting up with my modeling. How did
I think you have a new career ahead of you.
I think that you are exaggerating a lot, but thank you anyway.
What, me? Exaggerate? Never.
Ever. Hey, Eva, which one of us is which animal?
Okay, oh shit, we did goat check. Got all the way outside and realized I had no goats. Poor Eva. Maybe you need to remedy that. I'm just throwing that out there. You got a raccoon already.
I think would the little like a goat? Teach him how to take care of.
I mean, if the little already smells like a goat, it's just a perfect match.
Goats are so cute. I love them.
I love goats. Oh, let's see. A fox, a kangaroo, a frog, and a wombat. Yes, I'm terribly curious who's what.
Yeah.
Well, that sounds very arid. It is not that way here in Mississippi, where right now in my room it's 48% humidity. There is no humidifier. Let's see. Stevie says, anytime we go into his bedroom, we need to wear a mask, gloves, and an apron because from what Fury described, Rogers is highly infectious. And it is not just a common cold.
It's a super cold.
For Rogers to get sick? Yeah.
I think you need better than just gloves and an apron. Maybe a hazmat suit. I'm just throwing that up there. Turns out everybody inherits their grandmother's yarn from the 60s. It's not just us.
Oh, no.
Actually, I think somewhere I might have a bag full of yarn that I inherited from my grandmother.
Because it's a thing, y'all. Now I'm saying how to reclaim your yarn for projects. Also, you could just literally wrap yarn around a chair and just call it art. Just throw that out there.
Now, if there is anyone here who is beginning crocheting or knitting, there is one important thing to always remember if you ever want to enjoy this as an activity. Look on that skein and make sure it says 4 or 5 for the size of the yarn. Because if it says 3 or sports weight, you're going to hate it and you're going to stop. But all beginners
get 2 or 3, weight. The second 2 weight or 3 weight. And they hate it because what you want is 4 weight or 5 weight.
Which is fluffier and bigger.
I wonder if that's been my perennial problem.
Because, if it's too small, it's harder to work with. It hurts your fingers more.
It takes longer to see any progress. The whole 9 yards.
But at the stores, that's what they make all of the cute little projects in. And so guess what? No one ever finishes them.
Okay. Let me go over this. Okay. This is going to be really hard to see. It is right here. This tiny, right here. This tiny little thing tells you the weight. Do you see how tiny it is?
Oh.
And this one says...
And it'll look like a little skein of yarn.
It looks like a tiny skein of yarn, and it says 3, y'all.
Okay.
You see how small it is compared to my fingers?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's 3 weights. Okay.
That is too small for a beginner to work with comfortably.
All right, Glory. Okay, hold up. I got a 4 weight here.
I know. Versus I got big fingers.
This, on the other hand, You see my finger?
Okay.
This
That's
is
a big
four-weight.
difference.
That is a big
This is a
difference.
4-weight. This is the most common weight, and this is what you want. Hold up, okay. It's right here. This is where it says, do you see medium?
Yep.
It says 4. This is what you want. This is what all beginners need to start with.
And also, if you look on that label, you'll see that there's both a crochet hook and knitting needles.
Yeah, I saw that.
So if it only has knitting needles, guess what? It doesn't stretch. You can't crochet easily with it either.
Oh, that's
And it will
that's
tell
it.
you the crochet hook size and the knitting needle size recommended. For this one, it's a 5.5. Same as this. It's for 4. It's a 5.5 crochet hook or a 5 millimeter, a US 8, a 5 millimeter knitting needle. This is what you're looking for if you're a beginner, so that you will have the most success. Nobody warned us the first 3 times we tried to crochet.
Yeah, that's probably been a big part of what I've always had a problem with.
Also, stay away from specialty yarns like this. I know they're super fun, but when you're a beginner, you first need to just work on your basic stitches.
Yeah.
This will frustrate you because it pulls in funny ways, and then you end up with 2 small stitches and 2 large stitches, and then your eventual end piece will look lopsided. Also, it's hard to make sure you have even rows. And again, you can get disheartened when it doesn't look the way you're expecting. So for the beginning, just the beginning, first couple months, get yourself the 4-weight and play with that and go get whatever you think is pretty. I don't
Probably
really
not
recommend
black, though.
black. Don't start with black because it's very hard to see the individual stitches. And when you're starting, we want you to have the most success. So if you are starting and you do love black, and I know people love black.
Versus if you see like this multicolored one, it's very easy to tell the difference.
Yeah.
Looking for. Oh, there it is. Something like this. That has variegation. It'll be easier for most people to see. Or this, even. Because this is not quite black. It's actually more of a gray. It's easier to see dark colors like black if you have LED or compact fluorescent light bulbs rather than, I know most people don't have incandescent anymore, but incandescent is pretty much impossible, even for seasoned crochet people.
I'm blown away.
To see it.
I feel like I'm learning so much. It's why I love these streams. Like,
Yeah.
I feel like I've learned so much.
Yeah, we
I'm not
we
sure
used
my
to teach this at the
parents
library game night.
taught me how
Yeah,
to
we used
crochet
to
know
teach
this.
Well,
Yeah.
you know, y'all, look, I'm just throwing this out there. If anybody is interested in like Zooming with me and we can crochet together, and if you have questions while we do it, we can do that for like an hour or two sometime, various weeks. We can do like a little crochet bee, or, you know, whatever you want to do, knitting, quilting, because we've done all of the handicrafts. They're very popular in Mississippi where they use handicrafts instead of birth control. No, I'm serious. Like, you know, you see all these men and women, and they are quilting, they are knitting, they're embroidering, they're crocheting, and it's instead of, you know, doing things that make babies. That's the Mississippi birth control's handicrafts. So we just, yeah, thanks for saying that, Tom, because I think it is a really important point that thankfully only like the 4th or 5th time we tried to learn crochet, somebody who had just started learning crochet was like, here's a tip.
And even when we were running game nights, so many people would come in and they had
yarns.
These, you know, sport weight and lightweight yarns.
Oh, they come with lace weight, and I'm like, you're going to be here forever to make like a tiny little square because the yarn is so thin.
Also, it's much harder to maintain your tension on those smaller ones.
Yes, even expert hookers, if you will, have a hard time. Like, we had people coming to our game night to crochet with us who had been crocheting for 30 and 50 years, and they still struggled to get their tension right on 1 weight and 2 weight and 3 weight yarn. Like, for real, it's not just newbies that struggle with it. It's everybody does.
Yeah.
So don't in any way think like, oh, it's just me and my fingers aren't as nimble. No, it is everybody on the planet. Don't worry. You're normal. Is what it turns out you're normal.
I love the memory that I have of when I actually truly started to because I tried to learn knitting and then I was like, oh, I can't do this. But then my stepmom actually taught me how to crochet and changed the line, and because her mom taught her both directions.
Mm-hmm.
So she was actually able to teach me how to do it by me mirroring her. But then we both looked over at my dad, and he just like he just randomly picked up a ball of yarn and knitting needles and just went, and we're just like, how long has it been since you've done this? Because you're so good at this. And he's like, about 10 years.
Right. And I mean, like, when I was knitting as a teenager, I loved the clickety clack of the knitting needle.
Uh-huh.
In fact, I mostly knit by sound rather than visuals, hence how I was able to watch the trial unfold every day, as the clickety clack told me if I did it right or not, or if I dropped a stitch. Like, I could see it. But honestly, with crochet, I really don't have to watch it that often once you get used to doing the stitches. It is something that I've literally taught children, and I've taught elderly people who've never crocheted in their life, and they all were having a good time by the end of the first hour. So,
macrame.
So anyway, let's see. Again, y'all have been busy. Where?
Well, yeah, to give you an idea of, like, I can do this without actually looking at the yarn at all.
Right.
Because I'm really lazy, and I just do it in a spiral. I'm not even counting stitches.
Such a mood.
How do you think I ended up with that giant scarf? Like, I was just watching TV going, oh goodness, I used all the yarn.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, I love Eva's knit hats and fun chats. I love that so much. And see, we got 249 words. Excellent. Doing amazing. Yes, exactly. Those ear bands. I love them. I love all those because I don't necessarily like wearing a whole hat. Thank you. Compliment bondage. Anyway. Oh no, Charlie, I'm not even sure what this is about anymore. I've lost track. I used to sell them. In fact, I used to have an Etsy shop, and nobody.
Yeah, there was no market at the time.
Because like a lot of people don't realize, like, crochet cannot be automated. They have, knitting machines, but there is no crochet machine to this day. So when you wear a crocheted item, it's one of a kind because a human had to do it. But again, thank you. I tried to make them pretty. Yes. I mean, I like the combination of purple and yellow anyway, but it was just like, I did it for the LSU fans. Why do you keep jumping on me?
It was purple?
Yeah.
It looks blue to me.
It looks blue to me, too.
It looks blue to me.
I wonder if it's the video compression.
Yeah, it's blue.
It is a bit more on the blue side. It does.
Well, you know what it
probably
might be also?
Like
no, because you got the really plum purple band, maybe that's like set our visual expectation for what purple should look like.
Maybe.
I mean,
see, when you do that, it's turning more purple.
Yeah. Do you see it?
Yeah.
Okay. I was like,
I promise you,
it's like it is a bluish sort of purple, but it's the LSU purple. Like,
we just got multicolored dressed, y'all.
Oh no. Oh, where was I? Yes. We have to bring everybody back. Let's see. Or it steams up your glasses. Yeah. Hickey hiders. Yes, that's the Etsy shop now.
You should totally start an Etsy shop named Hickey Hiders.
Hickey hiders. All we sell are hickey hiders. Let's hide your hickeys. I thought it looked cute. Yes, market to teens. If only they had money and shopped on Etsy.
You'd be amazed.
I was about to say, have you met?
I guess what it is. I just have no idea how to market or like sell online. I think it's just me. I just don't know what I'm doing, and I'm not.
When did you have your Etsy shop? Like not that long ago, or
it was like 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah.
The market has completely changed on Etsy.
Oh, has it? Because like it was like.
It's way bigger now.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Because like I was like, well, anyway, and that was when I had reasonable prices, with free shipping. Let's see. After I save up my stamps for the dance party, I'm definitely going for it. I mean, does everyone remember that? Hi, Nikki. How are you?
Hey, Nikki.
We're all the frog, FYI.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm the wombat.
Maybe I am the frog, but because she gives a description of how she picked them.
Okay, let's see. Foxes are clever and cute. Kangaroos like pockets and can kick really hard. Frogs get kissed more often than they like. And wombats are very rare.
I'm definitely the frog.
Well, now we know.
I'm definitely the frog.
Slide amongst yourselves.
That's why I don't go outside.
There is a different system in the UK, like at least what crochet stitches are called. However, there are several websites online that tell you the conversion and what does like 4-weight mean and so on. I think they still call it medium though. In the UK, I can't quite remember. It's been a while since I was like converting patterns.
Okay, that's going to be my next podcast. Hello, welcome to Converting Patterns with Charlie.
I mean, it does actually sound like something like, well, this sounds interesting. Yes, let me play it. Nikki says, guess what? Chaos happened today. The doc canceled dad's surgery, rescheduled for the 18th. I hope everything's okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. Knitting and crochet were not a thing in my life until authors do. Well, honey, I mean, we got to do something with our hands, right? If we're not writing.
Yes, if we're not writing.
Didn't know people did it. Still in the 21st century. What? It is the hipster thing because, again, then you know it's one of a kind.
Oh, Eva, people do it. Bees do it. Even the birds do it. Freaking seagulls.
So Sims are knitting now? Oh.
Yeah, I know. It's great. I'm trying to get one of my Sims to knit every single item so I can actually see every single item because you can't access them without having your Sim make them. So, like, you can knit socks and hats and stuff, but your Sim can't ever wear them until they've made them.
Huh. I am very fascinated.
I want to get the ultimate sweater.
I used to be on Warcraft just to go fishing.
He did. He just loved fishing there.
Okay, yeah. Fishing in Final Fantasy XIV is the greatest combat sport that's ever been put into a game. I'm just saying. Like, oh, I love a good MMO with fishing. Yes.
Well, I'm sorry about your stroke and crochet. That sounds rough.
Yeah.
CB's grandmother is going to teach her once the plague is over. Yay. Have to crochet lefty now. But, a Tunisian crochet is awesome. It's gorgeous. Oh, yes. It really jumped again. So, macrame.
The last time I was crocheting, and I was crocheting at my dad's house, my stepmom looked over and was like, what stitch are you doing? And then she looked at me, what stitch are you doing? Apparently we were making stitches up. But they were working.
Lori does that.
Nobody taught us them, and we were just like, this looks fun and it works well for this project, so I'm just going to keep going.
Because Glory has a pseudo chainmail stitch, among others.
Yes. I can't quite reach it. It's like over there.
Okay, now I have to learn how to do this just so I can make the hubby a chainmail outfit.
Okay, I'll go get it for the after party, and I will go get my chainmail because I've been making gauntlets to look like chainmail, and I will get it at the after party chain.
Suddenly I had to be really quiet so make sure he didn't hear me.
Let's see, do so much knitting, and then yes, we are having it's a whole conversation about color.
Yeah, it looks navy blue to me because in Michigan we have the University of Michigan, and its colors are like the navy-ish blue and yellow. And my mind immediately, that might have been why I was seeing it that way.
Also, it's just color cast because there's so much yellow. Anyway, it's
yeah.
Can I just say Jules?
Jules. Jules.
We don't have Wonka vision, and every time you say like what you want, I'm just like, why don't we have the ingredients for that now? We need to coordinate our shopping so I can make these things too, because I always want them when you say them.
I'm not sure where we're going with this, but is that for the hickey hider?
Yes.
Is that like give one side a rounded end and the other,
Okay, that's actually possible, and that's anyway.
And two little puff balls on the other end.
That's something I haven't played with. So anyway, yeah. See, I'm going to make chicken Alfredo next week.
My brother-in-law owns a club where I'm pretty sure you could sell those, like by the bucket load. Just saying.
Well, a part of the problem I encountered when I had like a market shop out, there was an open air market once a month, once a month, and it was like people didn't even want to pay like a livable wage for the time. So at $15 an hour for the work, a hat is like 2 to 3 hours, and nobody wanted to pay a living wage, and so it was like.
I'd be willing to pay that.
But I'm going to tell you something about all these hats and everything. They will last a minimum of 70 to 150 years as long as you don't melt it. Because I know people who have crocheted items from 2 generations ago for their babies, and they still can wear it. They still wash it in the washing machine. The nice thing about artificial fibers like acrylics, like these soft acrylics, is they do not take the oil out of your hair, so they don't dry your hair like cotton and wool do.
Nice.
And that's why, as somebody with naturally curly hair, I am a huge advocate for that. As well as because if I sewed in a lining, I can do that. I can sew in a satin lining, but it's even more expensive. And with people not even willing to pay me for an hour or two's worth of work, it's like, I'm not going to sew in a lining.
Yeah, they thought the hats were expensive at $20. To give you an idea.
I'm just saying he owns a gay bar in the hinterlands of Maryland where a lot of people would like to probably cover up what happened over the weekend. So I'm just saying that might be a big seller where he is.
Get you a business partnership.
The fashionable hickey hiders.
Yep.
Yes. 2 times the winner tonight. So, okay.
Well, it works because you are once, twice, 2 times a lady.
So, about the movies, is there anything else we wanted to talk about that we have not touched on? I mean, like, what I liked about Rocky Horror Picture Show was they took the idea of queer coding and even queerbaiting, and they're like, we own it. We're going to like make all of this work for us, and I love that of like reclaiming it essentially. Even reclaiming the villains.
Rocky Horror Picture Show is such a turning point in like movie culture, queer culture, like just everything, because Richard O'Brien is a marketing genius who was able to take this really silly stage play. Like, I don't know if you've ever seen like how the stage play was originally set up, but like Eddie literally comes out of a Coke machine in the original stage play version of the thing, and like it's insanely silly, and somehow parlayed that not just into one, but into 2 films. 2 films.
Yes.
He got 2 movies out of this.
He did, yes.
Like, he's brilliant.
So, I mean, like, that was a big deal, I think, in the 70s. We're reclaiming it. We're going to redefine queer coding and even queer baiting, since there is, I mean, like, Tom and I have had debates about, is this actually queer baiting when it's not really baiting? But it's like they bait initially, or it's sort of like a fake out at the beginning to then confirm later. Do I need to go look what's going on in the chat, Charlie? Just say it. Just say, Glory, go click on the chat.
Oh, no, the chat's fine. I just, it's the bingo in Rocky Horror when we do the St. Louis meetup. I've not seen it. Like, I just had a moment of, Ooh, a virgin. We must
Yeah.
find the Rocky Horror and sacrifice you.
I like
Actually, I don't think I've seen Rocky Horror.
what is up with
What?
the people today, Charlie? I don't. This world, I
I
can't.
feel like if my
Wait,
roommates
so-
found out, they'd both judge me.
When
They
I took
probably
my
would.
unfortunate straight friend to his first Rocky Horror, we did this in order to sacrifice him because the Rocky Horror we were taking him to in Timonium had this gorgeous African-American Amazon of a woman playing Frankenfurter. Oh my, one of the best Frankenfurters I've ever seen. And the virgin sacrifice was that you had to remove a lollipop from her cleavage. And so we like had this all set up. We were going to sacrifice him. He found a way to like child wedge himself under the seats so we could not peel him out because he didn't know it was going to happen. And that's the thing, you never tell the virgin what they're going to have to do in the sacrifice. And like he wedged himself in there screaming and kicking until she finally gave up and went and picked somebody else. And then he literally started screaming when he found out what he would have had to do. And I'm like, this is why you're my poor unfortunate straight friend.
That is, I mean,
I tried.
right. You can lead a person to knowledge, but you can't make them think. I mean, you can only take them so far.
My personal favorite one was when they made them all have to blow bubbles, and then judged them. Like like a whole panel of drag queens came out and judged them at by the quality of their bubbles and what that means about everything else in their lives.
You're literally describing the library sleepover I went to at age 9 here in my small town. Like, by the way, a representative of Hubba Bubba came and judged them. For real. Yes, our library had actual sleepovers with lots of children and only a few adult chaperones. It was crazy. The first time I was introduced to Rocky Horror was at a sci-fi fantasy convention on the coast. CoastCon, which has been around for like freaking ever.
Forever, yeah.
And I literally, they just left the door open. They were having it in the main section at night, after the children are supposed to leave the convention. And I was like, what is going on? Because I heard people chanting in unison various lines.
Yes.
And I was like, what is going on? Is there a cult here? I think so. This was probably the second time I went because the first time, that's a whole different story. But the second time, I think I was 19. And that was my first introduction to it. My second introduction was, I think it came out for the first time on DVD. And Walmart had it, and somebody had mismarked it. So they had it on clearance for like $9.
Yes!
And so I picked it up because by that point, it's like the next year, and I'm 20, and I have the video store. And I picked it up because I'm like, at the very least, we'll rent it out. But of course, first thing I did was I watched it at home, and was like, because it had a special feature option where you could put the overlay of the live audio,
yeah.
all the interaction. And then in little subtitles, it would tell you, throwing hot dogs at the screen or the water guns, and all of that. Like, it would instruct you. So then I felt really confident the next Halloween, because that's the first year that a local theater got rented out for the Rocky Horror Picture Society. And
it's definitely a society.
And I was like, no, let's go. And I dragged Tom and my then husband to it because I knew what to expect. So I felt like, okay, this is going to be all right because I know what's going to happen, and it's all silly and it's funny and it's crazy.
Yeah.
And that was how I got into it. And I loved it because it was so warm and welcoming. Like, they were very much a small group. There were only like 20 other people there. I mean, it was tiny. And but the head guy of the group, his father actually owned the little, dollar movie theater, and so we had the run of the theater since it was a midnight show, and it was a blast because yes, there were people prancing around in fishnet, and there were people with boas, and there were people with wigs, and I was like, how did you even get here in a car? Did you walk? I mean, that wig is so high.
Trench coats were a thing for a reason. I always had a trench coat because I knew I would die if people saw the clothing I was going to places in.
Yeah. And it was just like, and that was actually like a big deal for us in our community, was we looked around and went, oh, there's actual people we can have fun with in this town. it was a revelation. It was the most delightful thing. And it was because this movie was such a touch point for so many generations. It was a huge deal. And I really saw how it just keeps bringing generations upon generations of people sort of into the greater LGBTQIA plus community. And that is like such a fantastic legacy, especially for these small towns where you really do feel isolated. There's such a stress on conformity and this cis-het lifestyle. And everybody's afraid to deviate because it is dangerous to try to deviate. And then for like all of October or one night at some point, some little Rocky Horror Picture Show group is going to have a party. And at least you can identify each other like, oh, here are possible allies in my life. Here are possible community supporters.
And Rocky Horror, one of the greatest things about it is it shows exactly who we are as a community. Like that movie is all about the cis heteronormative world encountering the queer world. Like that's like it's not even in subtext. That is the text of the movie. And it is such an abrupt, like just full on face on, like the moment you meet Magenta, because you see Riff Raff and you go, okay, this might just be a normal kind of movie. And then you see Magenta playing with a dead bird on the wall while riding a banister down while being as orgasmic as a human being can without any parts of their body being stimulated. And you're just like, okay, we're in for a ride.
Right.
But that's the thing. Like it's because it's just slowly, it kind of slow boils you. And then then it goes crazy. And it never stops. It never lets up. And for so many people, I loved bringing my straight friends to go see Rocky Horror because we would walk out of the theater and their first questions would be like, is that what it's like to be gay? And I was like, yeah, pretty much.
I mean, yeah, if we had our druthers every day, would be prancing around in boas and gorgeous clothes all the time. Everything sparkles and singing and stamping and just really
Tim Curry
the world.
Our queen. I'm just saying.
I mean, yeah.
And they didn't believe me, so I would take them to the gay bar, and they were like, "Oh my god, it's real!" I was like, "Welcome."
Yes, and it's lovely, and it's welcoming to everyone. I mean, like that. The first time we went to the theater, when they were having their very first meeting, the first screening here in town, and since I had the DVD, I wrote down all the supplies we would need to bring. We literally had a tote bag filled with it, and I brought water bottles to put water into the guns. I wasn't sure if they weren't going to allow us to bring loaded water pistols. So I brought all of that. We had a pack of hot dogs. They did not do the hot dogs. So you know what they did? They threw the hot dogs on the hot dog roller in the concession stand, and they started splitting them up, and everybody had hot dogs. It was the coolest thing. And it was like such a wonderful thing. And then we found out that like 3/4 of the people there did not directly identify as queer, but rather as allies. And they were like just so happy to celebrate not having to be normal and conforming, that they just wanted to prance around and be silly and not have to be, what people call adults, but just be themselves. And it was like, oh, thankfully we finally found the lovely weirdos of our community.
And can I just say, like, I think you just hit such an important note with that the difference between heteronormative society and queer society is they want to infantilize us. So a lot of what is considered heteronormative culture or adulting is, that stuff that doesn't make you queer. It's the stuff that doesn't make you those people. So,
right.
But they still dance in their 20s and 30s. Like, that's for children. They still play dress up. That's for children. It's that infantilization of things that you go back into the 1600s, 1700s, 1800s, and way on back in history.
Yes.
That was called living.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was called festivals.
Yes.
Where you get to dress up and cosplay in the Middle Ages. Like, it was a normal thing, and regular adults, as well as the elite and the priest, and everyone did it. It wasn't just a few players enacting. It was everybody got a turn to play every character in their lifetime. Everybody. Didn't matter gender, didn't matter social status, everybody. And now, 1,000 years later, it's like, wow, this is a real buzzkill.
It wasn't a scandal in her lifetime, but it was like centuries later when a convent decided to perform it again. Hildegard of Bingen wrote an opera where very specifically states that the devil must be played by a priest. It's very clear. The priest must play the devil. The devil has to be played by Satan. And God is played by the abbess of the local community.
Yes.
And nobody thought anything about this in the Middle Ages. This was performed widely. Like one of the biggest prudes of church history, St. Bernard of Clairvaux, went and saw it and called it a masterpiece. He loved it. He wrote long letters about how beautiful this was and how powerful it was to see. But in the 1950s, it's so hard to explain to people how much the 1950s ruined society. Because women found out, oh, wait, I can earn a living outside the house. People started being more honest about who they were. And they had to put all that back in a box. And we created this fake, fictitious culture that never existed. We wrapped it in the Hays Code and legislated exactly how movies, television, books, and everything else had to portray human life. And to this day, we have to deal with Jordan Peterson's writing books going, that's the way it's always been.
Yeah, we were watching Spartacus last night.
Yes.
And it is so weird. We can't tell what was on purpose and what was coincidental or accidental in queer coding.
Yeah.
Because Roman society was
and
so different from now.
Yeah, and like the bisexuality was the norm in Roman and Greek societies. But it is not in the 50s, because this movie came out in 1960. So really its inception was in the 50s because it's based on a book by Howard Fast. And they're trying to tease and queerbait about bisexuality when it's like, why are you doing this? This is literally not even historically accurate. And that is weird and odd that you're trying to rewrite entire cultures to be more like yours, only also making othering about the slavery part of it. And it's just like, y'all, I don't understand what's going on. This is getting so confusing. They're wrapping themselves up in all of their euphemisms.
I can't remember his name. He was one of the later Roman emperors. And he was a scandal in Rome because he refused to date men.
Yes.
He was exclusively heterosexual.
Yeah.
And that was such a scandal in society that he was exclusively heterosexual and not bi, that people didn't know what to do with him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do remember. Yeah, that's around 200 or 300 CE, I think.
Yeah, yeah.
It was one of the later emperors.
Yeah, I want to say it was around 200.
One of the later emperors.
Yeah, I remember that as well. And yeah, so we found Spartacus so odd because I understand that it's a love triangle about Spartacus, Antonius, or Antonius, whatever his name is, Tony Curtis, and Olivier Crassus. And I get that. I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. It's a love triangle. Okay, it works. But then, we watched the bathtub scene that was cut out and then put back in.
Scandal.
No, and we watched it. It's an hour and a half in, and that's where the bathing scene is. Yep. And I mean, we read about it ahead of time, so we were expecting it to be so much. And I'm literally, we watched it. We're like, wait, that's what they cut out? Crassus doesn't even touch him. He doesn't even linger too long. There's no real flirting.
For anybody who hasn't seen this movie, but has seen Seinfeld, if you remember the whole "Are they real?" plot arc in the steam sauna room with Elaine, much more salacious than this scene.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, the sauna scene with Elaine.
Yeah, I'm just saying, that aired on television. Much more that's a much more salacious scene. Just for context, for anybody who has not seen Spartacus.
If I hadn't read that Crassus is essentially hitting on, let's say Tony Curtis, because I can't remember exactly how to pronounce it.
That's fine. Tony Curtis.
Or it's Olivier is supposedly hitting on Tony Curtis as Tony Curtis watches washes Laurence Olivier's back. Okay, this is the scene. It is not sexual. And then Laurence Olivier goes, "Do you eat oysters?" Yes. And Tony Curtis says, "Yes." "Do you eat snails?" "No, I don't." "Why not?" "Yeah, I just don't." "Well, some people do eat both." And this is apparently supposed to be a reference to bisexuality.
Yep.
But at no point is Laurence Olivier touching, stroking, or even lewdly looking, because partly the shot is so far away that you really can't see Laurence Olivier's eye line either.
Yeah.
They're so tiny. And this is, I got it up on a big screen. What is the screen? Is this like the 56 or the TV?
Oh, it's 48.
We got a 48-inch television in my room. My room is not big. It takes up literally half the wall of one of my bedroom walls. And we are looking going, they're so tiny on this screen. They're tiny on this enormous screen. And I'm like, wait, what's going on? And we literally rewound and watched it again. And I'm like, this was cut out because it was too lewd and suggestive. He doesn't even make the final cut about, oh, well, I'm talking about sexuality. He doesn't actually, I had no idea if I hadn't read that it was supposed to be about bisexual. And believe me, I'm pansexual. You think I pick up on bisexuality references? No,
see, this is what I've been talking about with this heteronormativity that was created out of whole cloth in the 50s that is sold to people today as the way life has always been. That had been so ingrained in people that just the idea of two men with the hint of nudity, because they're not, I believe they both
are wearing underwear. They're wearing linen and burlap underwear in a pool.
Yeah. But the hint of two men being even in proximity to each other, while with the hint of nudity, is considered, oh, got to catch my pals, think of the children.
Versus we also watched recently Fright Night.
Yeah, 1985, the 1985 Fright Night.
I love that movie.
Oh, let me tell you, yes. Young Childhood Glory had a thing for Chris Sarandon, and it totally finally paid off after all these decades. Let me tell you, I do not find men in sweatshirts normally attractive. I think it looks kind of schleppy on them. It's just not my thing. But Chris Sarandon is so hot that him in a sweatshirt, in a dance club, dancing with what's her name? Yes.
Yep.
Oh my God. I didn't know he could be that sexy. I didn't know any man, frankly, could actually be that sexy in a freaking sweatshirt in public. It
just shows the magnetism underneath. I'm just saying.
Oh, I was literally kidding myself. It was everything I had hoped for and more. And by the way, we sometimes talk about like horror films and stuff. I just want everyone to know I've watched it. I am definitely somebody who I had nightmares about The Others, the movie The Others, for literally years. Not every night, but sometimes.
Good night, Eva.
Good night, Eva.
Well, good night to the little one.
Oh, good night to the little one.
And I'm here to tell you, Fright Night is in no way scary. It is literally laughable. The special effects makeup is absolutely just hilarious. It's not, it's grotesque, but it's
even
not.
In 1985, we thought it was funny. So
I just want everyone to know, if you don't like scary movies, if you're concerned about it, this is not going to be a problem. It looks ridiculous.
Yeah. So
Fright Night is everything Fright Night is everything that Monster Squad wanted to be.
Yeah.
Yes.
So here's the other part, though, I picked up on watching it this time, that I'm like, wait a minute. For queer coding is, so Chris Sarandon lives with his manservant, who is the all-around, help for him, since he's a vampire. He has to sleep during the day.
Things, right?
But we have a couple different scenes where, Charlie, the protagonist, sees Chris Sarandon about to kill a female victim.
Yep.
And not a single time, it looks like he's seducing them. They think they're going to have sex.
Yes.
Chris Sarandon's character is never going to have sex with them. He's going to eat them. Every single time. And it's like, all right, wait a minute. So is his character gay? Because he has no interest in these women.
Nope.
And they never mentioned anything about the woman was brutalized. They mentioned, that there was like
decapitated.
They're decapitated and there's wounds on the body, but not that, essentially they were ravaged or raped or ravished, all these code words for rape. None of that, which implies he did not touch them in that way. Mm-hmm. He just sucked their blood and moved
Yep.
on, or
Yep.
sucked their soul, depending on how you want to interpret that, But I mean, like, it's supposed to be sexy, and it's not actually sexy. It's more like, well, yeah, that's what a vampire does. I mean, they're hungry. Okay.
Versus he seems far more friendly with, this person with him who's not a vampire. And it's like, wait a minute. Is Chris Sarandon supposed to be gay in this movie?
Well, and yes, like, I literally had to go read the Wikipedia on this, and after Stark talked about how the director was like, so there's a scene where his assistant, I can't remember the character's name, is supposed to deal with Chris Sarandon's hand because he'd been wounded by a pencil from our hero. And the director was like, no, get on your knees to do it. And that's how they shot the scene. And it was apparently in that moment that the actor realized, oh, we're doing that. Oh, okay. It was literally in that moment that the actor was like, oh, that's what we're implying. Yeah, okay. And that's apparently a quote in Wikipedia. I don't know what it cited its sources, but anyway. And I was like, so the director, who was also the writer of this, he knew what he was doing, trying to, queer code, but also queer bait for this. And that's as far as it went. I mean, honestly, look, I can't tell you how many other movies have so much more queer baiting and queer coding than this movie. This is actually surprisingly straightforward. Yeah. Also, delightfully without what I would call genuine rape culture, unlike when I watched Interview with the Vampire, and I had such a hard time getting through that movie. That was why I put it under bonus. I found it so triggering. There is so much rape culture. It's like
15 minutes long. It's just Antonio Banderas and a candle going.
If only it were that, I would be okay with that. I wish it was
the only memory I have of that movie. I'll be honest.
There's so much rape culture's okay, and again, that was Eva made a reference to it earlier about domestic violence, domestic abuse is perfectly acceptable by mainstream society in heterosexual couples. Mm-hmm. It's just like, oh no, isn't that normal? And it's like, it really shouldn't be. This is not okay. And yet it was just like, why is there so much rape culture in this, as well as an incredible amount of queer coding and queer baiting, because they took out all the queers from the book.
Yeah.
Or all the queerness from the book.
Oh yeah.
Which I will say,
Hollywood asked her to. No, she's just like,
do it. She did it voluntarily. She wasn't asked. I looked it up.
Yep.
She did it on her own.
Yep.
She was not asked.
Which is why, she's right there with She Who Shall Not Be Named.
Yeah, and talk about a problematic author.
And the whole, oh yes, the head wizard is gay. I just didn't really put anything in there.
Now that they have an opportunity to put something in, I choose not to anyway.
Can I just say on Anne Rice for a minute? Anne Rice is a master class for anyone who wants to be a writer in how not to manage your career. Because she has been a very good ally, and then a completely problematic person, to being a very good ally, to being an extremely, like, she just keeps like switching back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, to the point where it's like, for me, I'm like, I still like your books, but honey, no, I'm done.
Well, the destruction she has wrought on fan fiction.
Oh yeah,
like the single greatest destroyer.
Her problematic.
Because she has issues.
Yes.
To say the least. And so,
she's batshit in many, many years of her life. She is, certifiably insane.
I mean, and I don't mean that in a mental health issue sort of way. I just mean she ain't touching down. She doesn't leave Anne Rice world often.
Oh, no. I mean, like, in certifiable. She was living with Jesus and Lestat at one point.
Yes. Yes.
We normally use different kind of terms and vocabulary for describing mental illness versus this person is just.
Like, I've had conversations with my characters.
How about criminally, committable? How about that one?
I'm gonna just back away from this quagmire.
I've had conversations with my characters. I've had characters that I feel were so real that I could almost imagine them being in the room.
I've had active fights with my character.
And it's very clear that Lestat has broken into her house on numerous occasions and held her captive until she wrote a book.
Oh, yes, I remember hearing about that.
And that's not metaphor.
No, it wasn't metaphor. I think only Jesus was the one who fought Lestat off, and then Jesus stayed, as I recall what I heard. Yeah. And when the person who told me this was like the late 90s, early 2000s, and I didn't believe him, I thought that he was saying just, you know how in mainstream culture, when somebody doesn't like a woman, they'll say these, misogynistic type things like, oh, well, she's crazy, because it's part of that hysteria thing. And I was like, are you just being misogynistic? And he went and found the quotes. He went and he got a friend to photocopy her newsletter that she, at the time, I think was mailing out monthly or bi-monthly or something, and actually showed me her essay explaining how Jesus fought back Lestat and kicked Lestat out of her home and then bolted her doors and windows for 2 months, and she had to live on canned goods or something to that effect. And a friend had to pass food through one window. That's all Jesus would allow. And I did not finish the essay. I'm just going to be honest. I did not finish the essay to see how she got out of the house.
Yeah.
Or what she wrote. I was like, okay, she wrote this and put this out to her fans. Hard pass. And that was the early 2000s, like 2000, 2001.
Yeah.
I was not friends with this person much longer, but that's for totally different reasons.
Which is, by the way, I'm just going to say, if you've never read any of Chris Rice's books, that's her son. I do wonder how many of his villains are and
yeah,
surrogates. I'm just saying.
But
Chris
anyway,
Rice, by the way, is as queer kids go. Can
good.
Be. Yeah, he makes me look straight. You've never seen an interview.
Oh my darling, but
yeah.
Yeah, I really don't say that.
Ooh, honey.
Yeah, really. I would not say that about most people in this world, but Anne Rice is a special case.
Yeah.
Because there's so much documentation about her behaviors and by her own admittance.
I thought no one could ever top Anne Rice, and then she who shall not be named was saying, "Oh, I accept the challenge and I one up you," and I'm like,
yeah.
And that was back when she was just twittering about magicking away poop. That was just back then when I thought that of
they just peed and pooped everywhere and just poofed it away.
Magicked it, and I guess it just landed everywhere else in the countryside.
Which I'm just going to have one little moment of continuity here. If you are a writer and you're doing certain things, you need to be very careful, because if they didn't have bathrooms back in the early days of Hogwarts, then how did Salazar Slytherin hide his Chamber of Secrets in a bathroom? I'm just going to say, know your own continuity before you start spouting out the mouth.
I mean, it really makes me wonder. Okay, yeah. So,
because I'm sorry, the whole plot of the second book is sorry for the spoiler, but it's been a while. Is that Salazar Slytherin hid his Chamber of Secrets in the bathroom?
That was one point, and I still haven't read anything beyond the first book.
Which means that there had to have been a bathroom there, because he left shortly after they founded the school.
Why do they have sewers if they have no toilets?
Just saying.
Why do they have ancient sewers under the school if they have no toilets? Why are you like this? Why is she like... Okay, anyway. Yeah.
Just saying.
Stop giving her that name. Okay.
Tell me about it. I'm sorry, I'm on a continuity kick, because all I want to do is yell and scream, because in the latest Star Trek, they have an Andorian complaining about losing his antenna. And I'm just like, there was an entire 5-episode plot arc of Enterprise. They grow back. It's 5 months of dizziness, and you can't really move around all that well, but they grow back. Shut up.
Right.
Just shut up. I had to sit through the 5-episode plot arc about this on another show. Just shut up.
Right, exactly. Okay.
I'm on a continuity problem.
Have we touched on all the movies that we mentioned? I mean, look, I still got it pulled up in another browser. Let's see. Rocky Horror. Victor Victoria. Desert Hearts. We did not talk about Desert Hearts or The Haunting yet.
Desert Hearts was surprising.
I thought Desert Hearts was surprisingly good, all things considered.
Yeah.
I found it a little slow the first third. That's an editing issue.
Yeah.
But beyond that, I mean, I'm going to be honest, pretty much almost everything we watched that came out before, 2000, I had editing issues with anyway.
Yeah.
So it's not like it stands out as it was just, I think, more like how the editing used to be. It's kind of a layover from 1970s editing, which is very French. Let's just leave each scene for a little few seconds, till you're bored of it, and then we'll transition to the next scene. Also, if they're going out horse riding, why aren't they riding horses? Why are they walking their horses in the frickin' desert? And that was like literally my only issue with this movie. The rest of it's great. I think it's supposed to be the first Hollywood film that had a happy ending for a lesbian relationship.
I think so. And
it really is. I will say, honestly, as far as like, I used to have a video store where we sold porn. And I'm here to tell you that this was one of the, I'm not saying most graphic, but most actual realistic sex scenes I've ever seen on film of any form. It was so intimate, and in a good way.
Well, that's before the NC-17 rating also. Because, one of the rules of NC-17 is if you see a woman actually truly enjoying herself, it has to have an NC-17.
Again, there with the violence.
You have to protect children from that.
Yes, because women can't enjoy sex.
No, I've been married 30 years, and if anyone's going to know that the female orgasm is real, I would know. Remember that quote?
Yes.
Oh, good Lord, yes. So Desert Hearts was a surprise that how much we enjoyed it. What was it? Oh, we were going to say something about, and the desert culture was fairly accurate for what we knew about it. It was delightful, and it wasn't objectionable, and I actually liked how they ended it with the whole train thing. It was very Continental Divide. I love it when they're like, just get on the train with me. And it doesn't care if you get off later, just get off the train with me. And I'm like, yeah, do it.
Yeah, very much had a, what's it called? Not a happy for now.
The happy for now rather than happy ever after. Romance readers, romance viewers are fine with a happy for now. It's just you need to actually have a happy for now versus the issue with the happiest season, where it's so fake. It's like it's forced. That's not happy when you do that to the characters and you force everybody to just have a happy for now when it's not happy.
Yeah, kind of like what's the going around everyone talking about the what was it, happiest season movie?
Did I not just say that?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I blanked.
Hi, were you with me?
Apparently not.
Welcome to my world with my brother. I can't imagine why we have communication issues, but here we are. And then The Haunting. So, have you ever watched The Haunting, Charlie?
I do believe so.
1963.
It's
black and white. It was a British-American film based on Shirley Jackson's many incarnations of this story, apparently.
Of, The House on Haunted Hill.
Right.
Oh, yes. I have definitely seen this.
Yes. I thought it was very interesting that, okay, you can have a lesbian, but you cannot show her in an actual lesbian relationship. And also, she cannot physically touch the other female character at any point in the film.
Yeah.
The one time the other female character, Eleanor, thinks that Theo is touching her, is holding her hand, it turns out to not be her. It must have been a ghost. And I like this idea of that the house is driving Eleanor over the edge of sanity. But beyond that, it seems notable in its non-notableness of just, we have lesbian, and the lesbian's not the one who died.
Which is, unfortunately, to this day, still kind of a big deal.
Oh yeah, bury your gays.
The hubby and I were talking just the other night because we're both very concerned about. Sorry to get on Star Trek again, but they just introduced a first trans character, and we're like, what are they going to do with them? Because if so help me God, if they're like, oh look, finally trans representation. Oh, they're dead now. I'm gonna lose it.
rage quit an entire fandom.
There's a good chance. Like, you finally gave me a character that I kind of sort of really like. I kind of feel like see like the younger me in a lot of ways, and I love the actor. The actor is amazing. Watched a lot of interviews with him. Because like it's still so prevalent that our first concern is, are they just adding them to the cast? Are they just gonna like ride off into the sunset on another ship when they're done with the character? Because so help me God, if they kill this character, I'm going to lose it. Because that was my problem with season 1, and hopefully they learned from that. Because they're like, oh look, we're finally going to give you an out gay character couple. Oh, and we're going to kill the black one. You know, as you do. Why not put 2 tropes in?
Yeah, I mean, I've had stories that I've worked on in the past where I realized the character who was going to die was in some way queer. And I was like, oh no, the story's got to be revamped because obviously I have internalized some homophobia. I need to deal with this. And like, it really would for me at the time, the answer was, oh yeah, I just need to make everybody queer. And thankfully now there are so many flags that it makes it so much nicer. Like, cause now there's wholesome TikTok to like help show me how the young are interpreting everything. And I go, oh, that's so cute. Yes, I'll do that, and that. Wrap them up. I'll take 2. But like it was helpful for me to examine why am I following these negative tropes and to see where I had internalized essentially vestiges of the Hays Code. And that is the literal reason I have this episode. Was I want everyone else to be able to look at what they are doing and say, are you following the Hays Code in your stories? And if you are, you have some work to do. And know that, because like knowing is half the battle. G.I. Joe was right.
Is when the actors were pushing the whole Storm pilot show.
And like audio.
There, it's better now.
Sorry. When the actors were pushing the Storm pilot ship for Star Trek, for Star Wars, the sequel trilogy, somebody asked me if it was ever going to be confirmed. And I was like, yeah, well, no, if it's confirmed because Finn will die. If Finn dies, then yeah, they had a relationship and it'll be revealed in a comic or a book. If Finn doesn't die, then they didn't have a relationship. Like, that was just my assumption. Like, It wasn't even like a simple, like, it's so ingrained that I just expect it now.
Right.
Like, the bury your gaze thing is such a problematic trope that, like, when being asked, do I think these two characters they're obviously queerbaiting with are going to actually have a relationship? And by the way, no, because they know homo so hard in the 3rd movie in that series. Like, let's give everybody a girlfriend. Everybody got a girlfriend. You got a girlfriend. You got a girlfriend. They almost accidentally gave Ray a girlfriend. Like, they were trying so hard. Everybody, no homo, no homo, no homo. Oh, no. Ew, wait, no. Sorry about that. You're going to be with that other guy. Yeah, other guy, random guy. Get over here. See? No homo. Like,
I'll be honest, when I watched that first movie, I kind of started to suspect that Ray was just really into androids.
A little bit.
I mean, it kind of goes with several family lines.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, it's kind of a thing that the Star Wars franchise, the Star Wars universe kind of dances around, is android love.
Yeah. But it doesn't, though. It is canonical that, 1, Lando Calrissian is pansexual, and 2, he used to have sex with the robot that ended up becoming the computer that is the brain of the Millennium Falcon. They are canonically a couple.
So much about Lando as well as about the Millennium Falcon.
Makes a lot more sense.
He had to get rid of the Millennium Falcon by giving it to Solo.
Well, he let Solo beat him.
Solo stole it in a. He cheated in a game.
Yeah.
Of Pazak.
You mean like?
Oh no! Like they actually included that at the end of the Solo movie. He comes in and they literally zoom in on Han Solo's wrist, and you can see he's got all of the winning hand already up his sleeve. Like, as he's coming to the table to play for the ship, you can see he has the entire winning hand tucked under. He cheated. He definitely cheated.
There's so much going on with that.
Yeah. I stole your girlfriend. What do you think? Like, he showed up when they showed up at Cloud City. He was like, I'm gonna kill you. You stole my girlfriend.
That's
You
fair.
literally stole her and ran off with it. And now you're treating her like this?
I mean, yeah. So,
Saying.
but yeah, so that was the whole purpose of bringing up this episode at all, was even we internalize. I mean, like, look, I have been editing fiction a lot longer than I've been writing fiction, just because everyone in my family edits, right? We, so we do it for friends, we do it for people who pay us, we do it for everybody. And the most surprising thing to me in my early 20s was how many times I would agree to edit a short story or something by a friend who was like an out and out, gay man, for instance. And the only person who dies in the story is the gay man. And I'm like, why is it like this is now 3 stories I've read of yours and edited for you, and the only person that dies or is fatally wounded or anything bad ever happens is the gay guy? And he's like, I don't know. I haven't thought about it that way. But that's internalized. It's internalized systemic homophobia. We all do it. And that we've got to stop. We've got to stop it. The only way we're going to stop it is, well, we need to talk about it, right? I mean, we've got to get it out of the shadows. And so I hope that there's a lot more conversations all over AuthorTube, all over whatever you call it on Instagram. Is it Authorgram? It sounds like
yeah, I've heard it called that.
Writer. Whatever. Like, we've got to start talking about, like, because, like, I know I've also met a lot of cis het folks who were like, yeah, what is it when gay people write about this too? The homophobia and stuff. And I'm like, I know it's a problem and we all need to really address it. And this was like 20 years ago in South Mississippi, and I'm still essentially coming across it. And I'm like, I really thought this was just going to ride itself out with everybody being free to be themselves more. And then when, marriages all became legal, all the.
And it's not like a historic thing. Like, that's what, like Bill from Doctor Who, right?
Yes.
He finally gave us a very strong, wonderful queer character. What happened to Bill?
Oh, I was like, they killed her in 1 season. And then they MacGuffined their own killing her with, oh, I can make you human too if you want. But first, would you like to roam the galaxy with me? And I'm like, wait, what? This seems like an afterthought.
This is like oh crap, we just buried a guy. How do we unbury the guy? Like, maybe not have buried them in the first place.
Why do you keep killing all your gays? Like, why? And the worst part is, like, it's not just hetero people doing this.
No.
We're doing it ourselves, and because it's so systemic, and it's like, let's start talking about it. Let's start talking about this all the time. Because, like, again, heterosexual people have told me how shocked they were to read the same kind of stuff, but written by, somebody who identifies is out as queer in some manner, and they're doing it too. And I'm like, I know. It's like an addiction. I've literally said that several years ago. Like, it's like an addiction that we keep doing it too.
I was doing a panel, a queer panel at a convention one year, and we were talking on this topic. And somebody in the audience just stood up and said, no, it's Stockholm Syndrome. We have been in this abusive relationship with pop culture for so long, we've decided to just love it. And we all just kind of went, like it's like, stabbed me in the chest a little bit.
Like, it is one of those of, look, honey, the prison doors are open. Walk out. They've opened the prison doors. The guards have all gone home.
Yeah.
Leave the prison. Just walk out and keep walking till you reach civilization.
It's part of the trope of I can make someone heroic by making them tragic.
Yep.
Which, again, is a very negative and destructive stereotype, and that we've really got to get away from this. You can be a heroic person and not die at the end.
Right?
We see this all the time in real life, but yet we keep insisting that to be truly a heroic, you have to die at the end of the story in order to be considered a true hero. And I'm like, why is that defining for heroes? But we kill our heroes. This is the truth. Something that Tom and I talk about all the time. In reality, in Western civilization, we kill our heroes all the time.
I don't know if I still have it, but I used to have a book that was given to me when I was a child that was like Heroes of the American Revolution, and it was just people who died. It was like Thomas Paine and like not Thomas.
You're a hero if you're dead.
Yeah, but like it didn't have like George Washington or like the people you would expect to see in there, like, you know, the general that helped win the war, like Lafayette's not in there. You know, where's Rochambeau? Like,
no. Hero means that we are okay with you dying.
Yeah,
you only gained purpose in something that caused you to die.
I mean, I don't think this is Greek. I don't think this is a hardcore Greek culture.
No,
because that's where we get our original idea of heroes from. At least that has survived all these centuries. But like, I don't think the Greeks killed off their heroes.
No. This is an industrial revolution concept of heroism that that we can sacrifice those and that's okay.
As if it's okay to sacrifice people. As if it's okay to sacrifice any useful member of society. Well, no. Let me rephrase that. That's ableist. As if it's okay to sacrifice any member of society, no matter their perceived usefulness.
Nietzsche referred to this as the cult of death. And, you know, whether you like his philosophy or not, one of the things that he really put his finger on is that European culture had become obsessed with death. And the only way to achieve immortality or hero or being a hero or anything great was to die. That without death, there was no heroism. And he wrote so many like staunch critiques of this idea that shouldn't we celebrate life, not just death, you know? And it's so ingrained in us, and I don't know where it comes from. I'm reading a really interesting book right now that basically puts forward the argument and is making a really, really strong point to this, that the Black Death, we haven't gotten over the Black Death yet. That it was such a turning point in Western culture and Western civilization where we suddenly went, oh, everything's out to get us. And it instilled this paranoia and this like nature is evil and must be mastered mentality and all of these other thoughts into us that we don't find in the prominent thought prior to the 1300s.
The oldest reference I know of for the heroic death, the you gain by dying, as a sales pitch,
sure,
if you will, is from I'm so awful with this, but the letters that were written that were created by the church at the end of the 1st century to enable the Crusades.
Yes.
Okay. So
this is where they first started talking about this.
Yeah, they because they changed the meaning of the word martyr.
Yes.
Because prior to this, there had been a lot of writing where the word martyr, which literally means witness, by the way, it's the Latin word for witness.
Yeah.
It was the person who would stand up, like when they were accused of Christianity, they were the one that stood up. It was the standing up and not backing down on your beliefs that made them a martyr. It wasn't the death part that made them a martyr. And there were treatises on how to become a martyr, which were not about dying. None of them were about dying. They were about how to have the courage of your convictions, how to actually stand for the things that you believed in, that were written in the first 5 centuries of Christianity. It wasn't until the Prester John letters start coming around where the term martyr is used exclusively for those who are killed.
But yeah, it's like that's the oldest reference I know of for this.
So this sounds like this is a vestige of early Christianity.
Yeah, middle. I would say middle
Christianity, and also just nobilities getting rid of surplus people.
Okay, quick aside. This is like my own hot take, but I'm just going to go ahead and air it. Look, and I realize how tone deaf this is to talk about plagues right now. I hope you will all forgive me for being that bitch. but I'm going to say it. Plagues are terrible. It's not like I think they are great. I'm not trying to imply that plagues are okay, and I'm really against what's happened in this plague, especially as far as mismanagement. I don't think all these people should have died or that it's okay that they did. But here's what I'm going to tell you about plagues. Do you know who plagues benefit? Spoiler, it's not the rich. It's not the wealthy. It's not the powerful. Plagues actually benefit the people at the bottom of the triangle.
Eventually, yeah.
Because the survivors are the ones who are now the hot commodity. And they are always able to do a rights grab, a power grab, after the plague is over, because there's not enough workers to go around. So they're able to negotiate better rights, more food, more land, whatever it is that's been in scarce supply for the weak and the powerless. They're actually able to benefit from it. And this is why that up until recently, the rich and the powerful and the nobility hated plagues and thought they were truly terrible, was because who suffers in a plague afterwards is the nobles, is the powerful, because they get taken down several notches and they lose a lot of their money, their power, their land.
And you can really see that now with the preemptive strikes to try to like head off something like that happening.
So again, it's like I'm not trying to like be tone deaf or ugly about this current plague, and I think it's absolutely abysmal that in the 21st century this is happening the way it is happening. But I'm also like aware of how history has played out, and this whole idea of like plagues are sent like as a punishment. Plagues are sent as a punishment to the rich and wealthy, more like as a group. Now, granted, individuals do die, and that is their own tragedy. It's all of our collective tragedies, really. But
that is a Black Death
in the long run.
That is a very, very much a Black Death idea that comes around in the 1300s. Prior to that, remember, like even the plagues of Egypt, which are often now seen as plagues against Egypt, Torah is very clear. Those were plagues against the gods of Egypt.
Right.
Because there was very much a tribal deity warfare going on in that story. And so each of the gods of Egypt, one by one, was struck down. And Horus was the child of the pharaoh. So the last one that goes down is the firstborn son. That's Horus. This is on the way to getting up to the to the final straws there, right? And those were not seen as punishments on the people. Those were not seen as anything like that. When you look at any of the scriptural references, when you look at even in Babylonian religion, which has a lot of fear of plague in it. Like, I don't know if anybody's ever
I'm quite familiar with Babylonian because I had to study it for mathematics, teaching mathematics, actually.
They were terrified of plagues. Plagues weren't punishment. Plagues were demons that lived in the wastes that would creep out and try to bring the wasteland into the city. They weren't a punishment.
If you think about what plagues accomplished, they're not entirely wrong from a metaphorical standpoint about what is the cause and effect. They just, they did not understand how germs and, all that. But I mean, like, they're not wrong.
And this is something that we really see start coming out in the 1300s, starting with the Crusades, with the Prester John letters, which, if you're not familiar with all that, they made up a fake kingdom in the Middle East and had fake letters from the leader, who's this character, Prester John, who wrote asking for help, begging for help. See, we have to go invade and kill all these people, even though Christianity has for 1,000 years been against militaries. And it's like you could not be a soldier and a Christian. You had to choose one or the other. If you chose being a soldier, you went to hell. Right. That was Christian doctrine until the Middle Ages, where they entered loopholes into the system, right?
Yes.
And this is where the cult of death starts, this worship of death, and the hero has to die. Because you have to, if you are going to go into the imperialist phase, because remember, empires up to this point were about wealth. Rome didn't have an empire because it wanted land. It was an economic thing. If they weren't bringing in treasure from the newly conquered territories, they couldn't support their economy. That was the Roman economy.
Yes.
They would go out, conquer a place, bring all of that wealth. It would trickle back out into the empire. Mm-hmm. And once it started settling back out, they'd have to go conquer another place and bring that wealth in. That's how they built their economy. It was an economic issue, not one of land or ideology. Like, they could care less.
Yeah, it was also an issue of wanting to gain power. You were seen as a good leader if you could lead a group of soldiers.
Yep.
And so, like, that's how Caesar became Caesar.
He wrote his biography, The Caesar and the Gallic Wars.
I'm aware. I own it.
Yeah. But but see, all of those stories are legends of people who won, who survived. Those are the heroes. And there's very little talk about the soldiers who died along the way. Like, they're not given a moment in these ancient texts. And I'm not saying that's right. I'm just saying that cult of the dead didn't really exist. It's just...
Well, no, go on.
Yeah, it's just something that comes later. And you see this getting built into our society and built into our culture so that you have to be the one who dies. It's the thing that offends me so much about movies like Philadelphia, that we can finally make a gay movie with a prominent actor who is unfortunately as straight men come, but whatever, right? It's Tom Hanks. People are going to pay attention to it because it's a Tom Hanks movie, right? But we can only make this movie because he slowly dies throughout the movie, right? Mm-hmm. Let's take Dallas Buyer Club, a story about a bisexual man who helps people get AIDS drugs. Let's first make him straight, cast a straight man to play him, turn all of the trans characters into one character who's going to be played in a horrifically stereotypical way by Jared Leto. But it's okay because they're dying slowly. Look at them. They're heroic gays because look at them die.
Oh, the inspiration porn of it.
Yeah. That's purely what it is.
And I guess to a certain degree, all the hero deaths are inspiration porn.
Brokeback Mountain.
Oh.
That's what Brokeback Mountain is. Look, we can have our prominent gay romance movie, but oh no, sorry, spoilers if you haven't seen it. It's an old movie. But they gotta die. Even in that. Like, it's so built in to how queer people have to be portrayed. Like, they just have to die. But that's now how you see them as heroic.
And
we're not bashing them.
I'm really
love
like
that man at his funeral.
Look, the chat has been going this whole time, and it is truly fantastic. I'm so glad that the chat can be replayed along with this. But where Maggie talked about encountering the same problem I've encountered, where it's like, oh my God, the only character who's queer in this story is the one who dies, or the one who's like really injured in a permanent sort of way, and going, why don't I have more? And like, again, the story that the characters that have been with me the longest, the fiction characters, it took me years to get a handle on them, and it was because I kept trying to make them straight when they weren't, because I was so used to seeing it. Even this latest one, the romance, the Nano project I was working on, it originally started as a cis-het love triangle, and after I outlined it, I was like, I hate it, I don't want to write it. And I was like, why don't I want to write it? And it was like, because there's like literally no queerness, and it's like, it doesn't feel good to me. And going, well, I've got to change that. Let me figure this out.
Make it a girl and a guy going after a guy.
Well,
that's a love triangle I'm going for.
I mean, a girl and a guy going after a girl, because hello, potato girl. And that's exactly who the main character is. She's a potato girl. So, yeah.
Potatoes will inherit the earth.
Woohoo! Me and my little fingerling toes are going to go for it. So anyhow, yeah.
So I just realized, like, my mind just somehow flashed to one of the couples in the Vampire Diaries. I think it's in season 7 or 8.
Okay.
They literally blow up the lesbian couple.
Yes.
I've never seen Vampire Diaries, but
they literally blow up the lesbian couple.
Yep.
And suddenly, I'm glad I haven't watched it already.
Wow. What I'm talking about? That
and
it's so
they were
ingrained.
villains to begin with.
It's so ingrained that you don't even think about it until you start having a conversation. You're like, oh crap, they're everywhere. Look at all the dead gays.
Mind you, I haven't even watched the actual seasons of the Vampire Diaries past season 3, in all honesty. I've only seen clips of them. But I know they blow up the lesbian couple.
Yep.
Spoilers. But yeah.
It's over. It's been over for a couple of years.
No, I'm teasing. Like, look, when I say spoilers,
there's been 2 TV series that have happened in the intro.
But I mean, like, honestly, like, and I had to, like, literally ask myself when I was working on this Nano, and, like, where I had to essentially redo the outline the first 3 days of Nano, of why don't I have more queer characters? What the fudge? And I really had to reassess everybody and go, okay, I know a lot more than I did 25 years ago. Who is probably, like, I've already made these characters and I'm like, they probably are queer. I'm just the one who's blind. And I started really looking at them and going, who is queer? And you, and like Kat, Charlie, we need to talk after the show because I've been wanting to talk to both of you. And I have been like hanging out in the general chat and Charlie's Discord for like a couple weeks because I've needed to have some conversations with y'all.
Oh, just private message me.
So what?
Just private message me. If I get the notification and I actually see it, I will go in there.
Well, like, again, it's like, I don't know your
my depression kitty.
But yeah, it was like, why haven't I queered everybody up? Because the bottom line is, even in my real life, everybody I think is cis het turns out not necessarily. Hell, most of the people I think who are white down here in Mississippi, not necessarily. Once we start talking family genealogy, like, you shake anybody's family tree around here, and you're going to get some diversity. Turns out.
Yeah, this was a real problem for the local genealogy place at the that the Mormons were running.
I've changed my name.
Right, because they're available to everybody, not just
they're literally the top performing in the U.S. Like, they are literally the top performing on this one. And they had so many problems because they would start doing genealogies and then
shaking up a lot of diversity and people being mad and tearing up all the work. Like, no, how dare you say that? And like,
there are compilation videos, if you want to find them, that have been put together of white supremacists that did live streams when their DNA ancestry things came back and accidentally revealing that, oh no, I'm not racially pure, and rage quitting the streams.
Right.
It's hilarious. Because we're all mutts.
Right.
Well, I mean, come on, racism didn't exist till the 1500s. Literally, it did not exist.
Literally did not exist, yes.
Literally.
It's one person whose job for economics, he was paid to come up with a way to make enslaving other people legal.
Yep.
Yeah, because enslaving people in, like, Greece was not based on color. It was basically out of debt. If you were in debt, you would basically become someone's indentured servant, or if you were you moved into a city and you were not a citizen because you had to be a male of a certain stature and you were a citizen. So anyone else could basically become a slave.
Although it does remind me real quick why Gloria and I laughed so hard watching Spartacus of what's his name? The main guy playing Spartacus?
Kirk Douglas.
Kirk Douglas. The most hairless Greek we've ever seen.
We just kept talking like poor Greek with his body alopecia. Look at him. He must be so sick. Poor Spartacus. Did his people throw him out? Is that how he became a slave? Because like we've never seen a Greek in our entire life with no body hair. Like I'm like, you can't even see any chest hair probably because the makeup is so heavy. But like still, what the heck?
Look, I'm gonna just say Spartacus is not necessarily the best movie to watch, but it's a good one to have some other sound on and just have like the pictures in the back.
No, I loved watching all the costumes. Like, and it was so great having the big screen TV and just being able to pause as like and then play again is like and just looking at all the stitching and the gorgeous attention. I mean, yeah, it's still costume jewelry. It's still, you can tell it's cheap, but it's the detail, the attention to the draping. They cut on the bias. It's gorgeous.
Yes.
Laurence Olivier's white boots.
Oh, we actually had to rewind because I had missed it. I had walked out of the room for a sec, and we had to literally rewind to go look at Olivier's gorgeous white and gold boots.
Can we just have a moment for Laurence Olivier's eyes?
I mean,
like, I don't know what you're into. He had some of the most beautiful eyes that have ever been put on film.
Yeah.
And I think also
thought you said thighs, and I was like, yes, his thighs look great too.
That's it.
I thought thighs too.
No, I just heard you. I'm like, oh, his eyes. Yeah, those look great. But I was thinking his thighs. Like, I did not expect such beautiful thighs on an actor. a stage actor. When did they
I'll
work?
say, although that also reminds me of Spartacus. I want to say it's like the first movie I ever saw where I'm pretty sure they hired
Bodybuilders.
professional bodybuilders to work the cast.
Yeah.
Because you don't get those bodies by just doing work.
No.
Those were, those were professionally designed workouts to get that look.
Yeah.
Those are professionally designed bodies.
Yes.
I mean, it was lovely eye candy.
If you appreciate the male form in any way, shape, or form, artistically or otherwise, Spartacus is a great movie to watch.
Yes, aesthetically, sure.
Aesthetically.
The aesthetics are astounding because, again,
we literally paused
clothing and the draping.
drapery. We literally paused last night to talk about drapery for 20 minutes. I mean, y'all. So Southern.
Can I just say, with the death of Stanley Kubrick, we have lost that vision of every frame. Because the only movie I can think of since Kubrick died that has that is, oddly enough, Into the Spider-Verse, where every frame, if you pause it, could be a poster.
Yes.
Because they spent so much time, energy, and effort in the aesthetics of how all of the fabric should be draped, how the set should exactly be done, the exact staging of every, minuscule thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Kubrick was famous for that and quite problematic in the way he treated people if they dared to break his vision for how people should stand up. But that movie is gorgeous.
Yes.
I mean, I think a lot of people like me, I love watching, just thinking of Olivier watching the queer icon that is Lawrence of Arabia, because if you don't know, he was as queer as a $3 bill. Oh, honey. And he used to hire a young boy to beat it out of him.
Mother was still alive, because if she was still alive, I would have had her on here to talk about, because she she had reread the book several times, and then all of the extant documents as well. She was.
What was the book? 7 Pillars of Wisdom, I believe is the name of the book.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was the only time I was like, yeah, well, we just won't talk about this, because I didn't know if anyone else knew about it. And I was like, look, with it being the anniversary of our mom's 10th, the 10-year anniversary, it was like, I'm not up for kind of, the whole people leaving your life when they do die. I just wasn't up for it because of mom's interest in Lawrence of Arabia. But yeah.
But I'm just saying that film is stunning.
It is.
When you go, the greatest thing about classic film is how much attention they paid to the canvas that they were making. And Spartacus is a very good example of that.
Agreed.
And I think in a way Rocky Horror is as well.
Yes.
Because you could see how much attention they paid to, you can pause that at any time, and it's that movie poster that your friend who likes to get high would have on the wall.
Yes.
Which is very much the aesthetic that movie was going for.
And that's essentially my photography, and the problems with my photography when I was learning and younger was I kept trying to recreate these stills from movies. And it doesn't work the same. You can't directly convert videography composition to still photography. So once we figured it out, once my professors and I figured it out, they helped me out with it. But that's what inspired me in my photography originally was movies with all these classics. They are drop dead gorgeous. And I really find them still as a writer very inspiring.
Uh-huh.
And it is a useful inspiration for descriptive text that isn't overly chewy. You know how it's this much descriptive text and it's the entire page, you're just still describing the room. And I'm like, I'm tired of chewing up the words here.
Yeah.
I just give me a paragraph, but it can be quite a fluid, beautiful paragraph as you describe enough iconic things that a person can then fill in the rest. The reader can fill in the rest in their mind.
It's one of those things that if you're, especially as a writer, if you're having a hard time describing things, watch these movies, pause them, find a movie that's in a similar setting to yours, made probably before the 1960s, for the best chance of it being made that way, just because that was the aesthetic that everyone was going for. Oh,
yeah, the big lens, epic. These epics, the epics
Yeah.
We're really useful for that if you can find something like that. And of course,
Yeah.
we would all be happy to help anybody who needs some inspiration. We all need help from time to time. Now, it has been nearly 4 hours.
Oh my.
So I was thinking we might wrap it up. I know, I'm crazy. I get it.
I'm sorry. It's me. It's my fault.
No. It's everyone's fault. Everyone in chat, everybody on screen. I think that this has actually been what could have potentially been a very difficult and depressing subject to talk about has turned into a delight fest. I feel like I've been on a good carousel for 4 hours. But I hate to think what poor Tom will have to do in editing. So I was thinking maybe we would wrap
I
it
still
up.
have a video to edit.
Yes, Charlie too. Next week's episode, December 14th, episode 9, is going to be a Harry Potter critique.
Tell me more.
Hello.
We're going to critique the whole franchise, the films specifically.
I would like to say, as somebody who's read all of the books, including like the Tales of Beetle the Bard on numerous occasions, like, tell me more.
Yes, we're going to critique them from the standpoint of writing, of like, look, there is this entire body of work, and last year was the first time I had actually watched all 8 films. So when I say I watched all 8 films, I mean I literally had it on hard drive and played it nonstop for 30 days straight. Like, I never paused it. I slept while it played. I was awake while it played for an entire month of June. That was like, there he is. There he goes. Wonderful people. He's gorgeous. I'm so proud that he's my brother. So, and I believe Abigail will be one of our guests. Of course, we can have up to 4
6.
guests. So we can have at least 3 more people on camera. I'm just saying, I would love to have more guests, is what I'm trying to say, because I love a party. I would love a party. So if anybody is interested, let me know, and so I can put your picture on the thumbnail. But yeah, we're going to critique all the Harry Potter movies, and therefore adjacently the books. And then we'll probably just talk about her as she who shall not be named, because
Can I just say for one thing though? As somebody who's read the books, I think it says a lot about American pop culture, because those were British books that were made into American films.
Yes.
You learn a lot about your own culture when you see what was picked to be in the movies from the books and what was left out. You learn a lot about the differences between American and British culture.
Oh, I have so many opinions. Frankly, like, it's not really the writing side, but so many opinions about the Dutch light and the Dutch angles in the film. Like, okay, yes, I have lots of thoughts as well.
Okay, homework for anybody who doesn't know what Dutch lighting and Dutch angles means. There's a channel called Folding Ideas. The creator is a brilliant film editor who literally has videos on film editing and what these things mean, but he finds a way to make it actually interesting with his brilliant sarcasm. So if you want to learn about these terms...
And it is actually important because you actually find references to Dutch light and Dutch angles in written stories all the time. I found references to it for the last 60 years of printed children's stories, adult stories, horror particularly.
Yes.
And also romantic stories, particularly more pastoral ones, use Dutch light a lot, and they will reference it, they'll describe it in imagery. So we're going to talk a lot about Harry Potter. And
so
we
watch this video on cinematic language. Or his master opus on the 50 Shades of Grey movies, which actually critique a lot of... He used 50 Shades of Grey to explain how film angles and editing should work.
Right.
And didn't. So,
well, there's that, yes.
Definitely recommend that.
Yeah. So that's what we're going to watch all week again, as if somehow watching and sleeping to Harry Potter for like days, weeks, months is not that I haven't done. But anyhow, and then we're going to critique it next week. So also, there will be another bingo card update next Monday. And so if you think of anything more to add, please feel free to message me and let me know so I can add them to next week's lineup.
Can you make them specific to that week's conversation as well?
I can. Well, frankly, I can do what I want.
I'm just saying, I can think of some very specific complaints about the Harry Potter movies that would be really funny to have like a Harry Potter complaint bingo. Like, how long does it take for all of these complaints?
Y'all. I'm like, look, how do I sign up? I love this. Yes. Okay. This is happening, y'all. One way or another. Now, if you want it to be better, please help me. Please submit. Please give me ideas. And we will do it, and there will be more prizes next week. It's going to be great. Anybody have any last words or outro?
No.
If there's anything that y'all want me to make for this Vlogmas experiment that I've gotten myself on, I have a long list of video ideas, some of which would be better for not Vlogmas content. Quite a few of them would be better for not Vlogmas content because they're going to take time to like actually script out and stuff. Doing one video a day, don't have time for a lot of scripting. Please send them to me.
Okay, cool.
I've got a bunch of these videos left to make.
Good to know. Good to know.
So, yes.
Okay. Kat, you good? Kat's amazing. She's amazing.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
She's lovely. She has Twitch. She has YouTube. She is a fantastic person in general and specifically as well.
Kat got a special shout out in my last video.
Yes. And she's a real inspiration, quite frankly. She's actually inspired me several times on a variety of subjects. So I highly recommend her as a person to know.
Yes.
That brings me joy.
Yes, absolutely. And then there's Tom, who's also Tom. There's Tom somewhere. I love him. And he is also lovely, and he likes being helpful. And we're making cheese spread, and we smoked a turkey. And
if you've not looked at those pictures in the Discord, definitely go get that. They're mouth-watery.
And we have talked about, eventually doing some simple how-tos for making food because, this is food that's reachable for anybody. You don't have to have a lot of skills ahead of time, mostly because we've already worked them out. So,
yes.
So, yeah, Tom's also lovely. I'm a nut, y'all. And we are all available to message, and we love to know new people, as well as, of course, to hear back from our old friends. So thank you all so much for coming, and we hope to see you next week. And, keep in touch. See you soon.